This inquiry into the planning and delivery of school infrastructure in New South Wales, today concentrating on a very concerning set of issues at Castle Hill High School with staff and student safety because of asbestos. This is our fourth hearing of Portfolio Committee number 3, looking at school infrastructure in New South Wales. Before I commence, it's the custom of this Parliament to acknowledge the traditional inhabitants of this land, the Gadigal people of Aurora Nation, and I do that with all due respect, as well as acknowledging other important contributors to the history of this site, those who constructed the Parliament House building, very often working in a dangerous industry, and the parliamentary staff over many decades who supported MPs and made our work and representative role possible. We acknowledge and thank them all. Today we'll be hearing from members of the school community of Castle Hill High, including teachers and parents, about the issue of asbestos and safety at the school. The committee will also hear from the local member for Castle Hill, Ray Williams, MP, as well as representatives from the Department of Education. We have many witnesses in person, but some will be appearing via video conference today. We thank everyone for giving their time to come along to the hearing. Before we commence, I'd like to make a few comments about the procedure for today's hearing. It's being broadcast live by the Parliament's website. A transcript of the hearing will be placed on our website when it becomes available, courtesy of Hansard. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded to take responsibility for what they publish about the proceedings. And while parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses giving evidence today, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of their evidence at the hearing. I therefore urge witnesses to be careful about the comments that you make to the media or others after you complete your evidence. The committee hearings are not intended to provide a forum for people to make adverse reflections about others under the protection of parliamentary privilege, so comments need to be factual. In that regard, it's important that witnesses focus on the issues raised in the inquiry terms of reference and avoid naming individuals unnecessarily. All witnesses have a right to procedural fairness according to the Procedural Fairness Resolution adopted by the House in 2018. And in that regard, it's important to note at the outset that invitations were issued to the former principal of Castle Hill High and one of the current deputies to be here today, but for various reasons they weren't able to accept our invitation. So it might be possible in future to have them here and the procedural fairness provisions would apply. That is their right of reply. If witnesses are unable to answer a question today and want more time to respond, they can take the question on notice. Written answers to questions taken on notice are to be provided within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff, or for witnesses appearing via WebEx by emailing them to the Secretariat. In terms of the audibility of the hearing today, I remind both committee members and witnesses to speak into the microphone. For witnesses appearing remotely, please ensure your microphone is muted when you're not speaking. When you speak, it's helpful to identify who's speaking and where the questions are directed. For those with hearing difficulties who are present in the room, please note that the room is fitted with induction loops compatible with hearing aid systems that have telecoil receivers. And if everyone could please turn off their mobile phone to silent for the duration of the hearing. I now welcome our first witnesses, John Connell and Shane Stubbs, teachers at Castle Hill High, who've been at the forefront of raising concerns, valid concerns about the asbestos issues and safety at the school. I thank them for their work over many, many years, their diligence and persistence on this important work health and safety issue. And if you could each please state your name and position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation. Start with John.
My name's John Connell. My position at the school is classroom teacher. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
My name is Shane Stubbs. I'm a classroom teacher at Castle Hill High School. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And it's available to one or both of you to make a short opening statement to the committee, please.
John?
I'll start. I've written my statement. Firstly, thanks to Andrew Rowe of Safe Work New South Wales for his support and professionalism, which were beyond compare. Thanks also to Melanie Oliver of PES for finding the 2016 sample, and thank you to Ray Williams for taking this to the media. I will note that I was disturbed to learn when I saw him again on Thursday the 8th that even though independent air monitoring companies have offered to do testing free of charge, the Department of Education is refusing to allow this. And of course, a huge thanks to Mark Latham. 3 family friends of mine died of mesothelioma when I was growing up, and I grew up in a part of Australia in which asbestos killed thousands who worked in the old SEC power plant. On May 29th, 2020, Shane Stubbs got this matter before PES. It should have taken them 2 hours to conclude Vicky Brewer needed to be removed from the position of principal. Instead, it took them over 2 years, and she got to retire and have a full retirement party, and they had no intention of making this huge breach of trust public. I want you to consider how you'd feel if your son or daughter was one of the tradespeople who'd been tasked with ripping down the old Hizzy or English staff room ceilings and replacing them in 2018, or if they'd been sent into the ceiling cavity after the 2016 positive test for the installation of new data cables. There are tradespeople who this happened to, and it happened after a positive asbestos test. So you should also note that there was no plan for those kind of exposures to stop. It was only an out of the ordinary test in 2020 that led to that not going on ad infinitum. Thank you.
I've been a teacher at Castle Hill High School full-time for 26 years, and on September the 14th this year, John and I both received a letter from Professional Ethics and Standards that said former Principal Vicky Brewer has had a consequence of the investigation that was never to be employed again by the Department of Education, and Deputy Principal Andrew Mitchell's been demoted and moved to another school. That would signify that the Department of Education have done their job in investigating this. The information that I've put in my submission to Parliament and also provided here today indicates that there's a series or a number of other people, including directors of our schools, and also people at the WHS unit and also at the asset management unit that have serious questions to answer in terms of compliance. My objective is to get the truthfulness and transparency. That's the only thing that John and I are interested in while we're appearing here today. And the reason for that is not only that I've been there a long time, it's all the thousands of students we've both taught. A teacher from our school sent me an article, and I'll finish on this point, of Justine Thomas, which any of us can look up, from Footscray North Primary School. She's today a 27-year-old woman. In 2015 or 17, she went to get a pregnancy scan, and she's been diagnosed with asbestos tumours, because from 2000 to 2006, she was in a classroom at her school that had asbestos in it, and she now has terminal cancer. And my concern is, I don't want in 20 years' time that being found out at Castle Hill High School, whether it's John or I or any of our colleagues or the thousands of students that we've taught. Thank you.
Well, thank you again for your time today and the work you've undertaken on behalf of the school community on this important issue. We've got questioning now through to 11 o'clock, and I might kick off by just trying to get a sense of the chronology and the weight of complaints that have been lodged over the years. To your knowledge, Shane and John, what's the first time in which a concern was raised by staff at the school about asbestos, which seems to have been in the form of dust falling from the ceilings like snow, or from the tiles, the tiles on the floor?
So references to dust are from a long time ago, I think, and I have minutes that in 2010 people are referring to falling dust, but
August the 1st, 2010, in the minutes, WHS minutes at Castle Hill High School, is the first reference that I can find written.
And who raised that complaint, and at which part of the school?
It's written, John can look up the exact reference, but it's written in there about concerns of falling dust, and that is, so it's August the 1st in the WHS minutes. Staff members at the school have told us there is an English teacher who's raised it in 2008.
Right.
And then that was the most earliest verbal part.
Okay. And then in the years that followed, there'd be hundreds of issues that have been raised, haven't there?
So
they would have been raised on the central portal?
Yes.
Yep.
So we have an internal central portal where it's only reported locally at Castle Hill High School. That doesn't report outside of the school. So on June 11th, 2020, John and I got notified along with the rest of the staff asbestos had been found in all four major buildings.
Not June, May.
Oh, May 11th, not June, May 11th. And then John came to me and some other staff, because I've been there a long time, and indicated, Shane, go and look up Central. You will see entry after entry after entry for years, people requesting falling dust to be tested. And there are 2 mentions that I found of people saying, we're concerned this is asbestos. So there were tons of them over the years. And that doesn't count the verbal ones.
Yeah, so as I said, if I can...
So the central complaint started when? 2011?
The Central started in our school around 2016. Prior to that was a system called Oasis, which is not apparently not available to us anymore.
Right, okay. But certainly from 2016 onwards, there were scores of complaints about dust and some about specifically asbestos concerns on the central portal.
And in 2018, a colleague of mine made a comment, which at the time I thought, or made an entry into Central, which at the time I thought was crazy, because in my primary school in Victoria, asbestos was removed in 1988. She made a comment, I've been told that a test came back negative. It's just been reported in the press that, but I've never seen the test. And I was sitting there a little way along from her as she made the comment, and she told me, I want to see the asbestos test. And I thought, oh, that's just crazy. It's 2018. So she specifically referred to it being asbestos, because a lot of the other ones were just talking about dust. And she specifically said, I want to see the test, which until that sample came out, I thought of lots of combinations and permutations of what might have happened, but I never considered the possibility that they'd done a test and it had come back positive.
And at the school, to lodge something on the central portal, whose responsibility is it to do something about the concern, to see if it's valid and then act on it?
Our understanding is that the WHS committee, which is headed by the principal, so in that case from 2008 to 2021, that was Vicky Brewer. She's the head of the WHS committee. The meetings are always in her office. And the deputy principal, it was Andrew Mitchell, whose role, that was from 2015 or 14 onwards, was his role. Prior to that, it was somebody else, Ross Warren or Anna Georginas were the previous deputies. And they were someone out of there's 3 deputies. One of them's allocated towards the building infrastructure.
And I suppose the second mode of complaint would have been to raise this directly with the deputy principal or the principal. Was that done as well by teachers?
Yeah, so I thought of putting this in my introduction. As fate would have it, on Friday I actually ran into the old head teacher of HSIE, and he was really interested about this, and he was completely unaware that he might have been exposed to asbestos. And he said, even though he's still working casually for the department, that they've made no effort to contact him as far as he knows. He admitted he might have got an email, which might have just deleted. And he had a lung collapse about 5 years ago, and he now has COPD and late onset asthma. But he took down samples of dust to the deputy principal and the principal very politely for years, and didn't just say, you must test this and I want to see the test and so on. So people were asking for testing for a long, long time. And he wasn't alone. There were a lot of other people in that HSIE, that's Human Society and Environment faculty, were asking for testing. There's a lot of people in the English faculty where the ceilings were degrading and they were asking for testing.
Sorry, just for Hansard, COPD is?
Oh, chronic obstructive pulmonary disorder. So it's an umbrella term for a whole bunch of things that go wrong with your lungs. And he said the doctors aren't completely sure of why he had a lung collapse. He did also say he's done lots of building work and things like that, and his own renovations and things like that. But he was the head teacher who was one of the many people who politely said, can we have testing? And he was told that the dust was fine verbally. So there was a lot of people who just imagined, as I did in 2018 when I was sitting across from someone making an entry on Central, I just thought, no, there's no, if they've told us it's okay, it's okay. You don't need to test. You don't need to actually say, show me the...
Okay,
yeah.
so I'm assuming that frustration built, that as these problems became quite evident and complaints were lodged inside the school and then nothing happened, and you were told everything's okay, that you would have then gone outside the school with complaints to the Director of Education Leadership, the department, the PES, the Asset Management Unit. How many of those complaints would have been lodged?
Well,
Can I go through that? what we now know, because of my inquiries from May 30th this year, 2022, is that there are actually mandatory yearly compliance checklist forms called Form 069 that the school principal is supposed to work with every year, consultative document with us, all staff, and that document trains us on how to report hazardous material successfully, ringing a 1-800 number and a hazardous material reporting form. I applied under the GIPA Act to get access to all documents that have ever been completed at Castle High School, and as you know, in my submission, one has been done in the 13 years.
Just with all due respect, Shane, that's not answering my question.
Okay,
the
go.
question was, actions not taken inside the school, how many complaints would have been lodged beyond the school to
We don't know of any.
the Dell, the Pairs, what your expectation? Well, you've obviously done a fair number yourself, so...
Well, until the 2020 positive sample, so I'm amazed that the colleague of mine who requested to see the test didn't push that further, because if I had have legitimately believed in 2018 that they were telling us it was negative when it was actually positive, obviously given I'm here today, I would have pushed a lot harder. But until that, I believed when they told us that it was negative, and the ceiling which was falling down on us was replaced in 2018. So in my introduction, when I referred to how would people feel if their son or daughter, or if they were the tradesman who was exposed by that, their solution to the ceiling falling on people was to, without doing any testing for asbestos in the ceiling cavity or of the ceiling, to have people rip down that old ceiling, who presumably they just thought it's a government building, it's all been checked, it's completely safe in the ceiling cavity. So they ripped down the old ceiling and they put up a new ceiling in 2018. And after that, in HSIN, I think it happened at the same time in English, we no longer had loads of stuff falling on us because the ceiling had been replaced. There was still a little bit in some classrooms where it was the older ceiling. But we just presumed that what they told us was true, that they'd tested, that it was negative.
But you're still making complaints. And Shane, is it true that the PES told you that you'd made so many complaints they'd put you on a communications protocol?
Yeah,
Effectively, you weren't allowed to send them any more emails?
Yes, that is accurate, because that was after 2020 when John and I finally got PES to take notice in November of 2020. It's when we first sat down for an interview with them, November the 4th, 2020. But soon after that, they tried to shut us down.
Okay. And were there either of you on the Work Health and Safety Committee at these meetings?
No.
And what access did you have to the school's asbestos register, which one would normally expect? The register exists, it's required to exist by law, and it would be readily available to concerned staff raising issues about asbestos. What access did you have?
Yes, we have access, but we're not trained in it. I don't know about John, but I didn't even know to go look there.
No, I didn't even know that there was an asbestos register. Every school I'd worked in before Castle Hill High had it all removed. In my first year of teaching, they were removing the last of it from Homebush Boys. Beverly Hills Girls, they removed it in 1993. So I just naively assumed that, I didn't even...
So
before
the staff are making scores of complaints, the dust is falling from the ceiling, and the school management at no stage said, well, look, we actually have an asbestos register, it's all there publicly available, you can inspect it, and you'll find such and such. They never even referred you to the register.
No.
Well, in the WHS minutes, they talk about the asbestos register, and you'll see in my submission I refer to the WHS minutes where they say that they need to check the ceiling cavity, and you'll also notice in my submission that I point out that after the discovery of asbestos in 2020, they removed that as an action item from the WHS minutes.
Yep.
So, and they never did it. It just sat there, copied and pasted for years.
But did either of you ever inspect the asbestos register, and what did it show?
I have now.
You have now?
But not prior to 2020.
Right. One of the curious things in the documents that I've seen is extensive material headed 2019 Asbestos Register, Castle Hill High School. Initial survey, Noel, Arnold and Associates, 12th of March 2008, reviewed by Greencap, which I understand was a new name for Noel, Arnold Associates, on the 15th of August 2014. Have either of you heard of this survey material that formed the basis of the school asbestos register, or seen it?
I've never heard of it before.
Only after I've spoken to Steve Nikolowski, the investigator from Safe Work, that I became aware of it in the last 12 months.
Right, it was never brought to your attention that there was an initial survey at this school in 08 reviewed by essentially the same organisation 6 years later, and if you go through and catalogue the number of entries where asbestos is identified in just about every building at the school from the 1960s, there are 76 entries of asbestos identification. And you were never told about this
No.
in making your numerous complaints? And were you told by the school authorities or even the Safe Work inspector that there was never any record of asbestos in the ceilings at the school?
I'll add, it's not a direct answer to that question, but I think kind of once PES begun their investigation, they deleted all the relevant WHS minutes. So staff,
John,
sorry.
I'm afraid I run a committee where you do need direct answers to the questions. And I'm asking about your knowledge of these asbestos surveys, 08 reviewed in 2014, that identify 76 entries of asbestos, and we're talking mainly floor coverings, the vinyl tiles, the general storeroom, the staff toilet, the second storeroom, the computer learning space, the performance store, the music store, the performance workshop, the general learning space. That's just in the music and technology brick block that was built in 1964, and it goes on and on and on, 76 entries, and 5 of them were asbestos in the ceiling. Is this the first you've heard?
That is the first I've
we
heard
didn't
of
know
it.
that.
You didn't know that?
No, I didn't know that from Safe Work or from anyone at Asset Management or for the school.
Yeah.
I find it beggars belief that you could have this material from a survey in 08 reviewed 6 years later and not close the school for remediation. I mean, the place is just riddled almost in every space in every building with asbestos, and it was identified here in material that subsequently is part of an asbestos register dated 2019. So I suppose we'll ask the department later on the mystery of how that could possibly have happened. Turning to the question of the testing of the dust from the HISI staff room, could you give us some background to that, the dust falling down from the ceiling, and one of the teachers sought testing, and your knowledge of what happened thereafter?
Yeah, okay. So my first year at Castle Hill High was 2017, and that was the year that we changed from Oasis to Central, and part of how I remember that is my head teacher at the time was complaining about all the dust falling on us and complaining that nothing was being done. I didn't believe it was asbestos, but it was still really annoying, and I'll add, we don't know what it was because that ceiling was replaced and just taken out in a dumpster. But I made an entry on Oasis asking for it to be changed, and then I remember my head teacher at the time urged me to use the word asbestos, and it was a little while after that when we switched over to Central, when the colleague of mine who I talked about made her entry, which has formed part of, which has been printed in the media and so on. I noticed where she says, I've been told, I'm worried that the dust raining down on me contains asbestos. I've been told that a test's been done, but I've never seen that test.
Do you find it surprising that between June 2016 and September 2017, the sample of suspected asbestos having been taken from the HISI staff room, the Work Health and Safety Committee considered this issue 11 times without actually reporting at any stage what the findings of the test might be?
It defies belief. There was a positive test in 2016 and we didn't hear about it till April 26, 2022.
Well, even worse, the Work Health and Safety Committee, with the principal and deputy present, met 11 times, and this is listed in the minutes, that a sample was taken and needed to be tested, and there was never, over 11 meetings, any report on what the findings of the test might be or what in fact happened to the sample. That was left unaccounted for at 11 meetings in a row. Don't you think there should have been greater urgency by the school management to find out what had happened?
Most definitely. And I've read all of the WHS minutes that I got from 2010 all the way up to the present. And while I can't travel back in time, a lot of those WHS meeting minutes are so similar that it looks like they've just copied and pasted them and they haven't even necessarily had a meeting. Or if they have had a meeting, it's been like 1 minute. The minutes almost do not change, meeting after meeting after meeting. If you compare them, it's amazing. And so the reason it appears 11 times, there's loads of things that appear 11 times. It's like it's the same minutes. Sometimes it's just, yeah.
And then because of your complaints to the Professional Ethics and Standards section of the department, PES, they were able to locate the sample analysis report in April 2022 by reconstructing a former General Assistant's email inbox. And the sample that was tested from the Hizzy classroom in 2016, the result of the fibre cement sheeting taken for analysis was that it was positive to crystotile and amosite asbestos. From your knowledge of the school and the school management, how hard is it to believe they didn't know that this test had come back, given that it had been commissioned by the school management through a general assistant, paid for by the general assistant, and was sitting there in that general assistant's inbox, that GA reporting directly to Deputy Principal Mitchell?
Well, my experience, I worked with that GA for 10 years, and I find it implausible that information wasn't passed back. I've seen the report that says it's positive, and I cannot for a second understand how it was never acted upon by the principal, Vicky Brewer, or by Andrew Mitchell.
Do you think it would have been hard at the 11 work health and safety meetings for the principal or the deputy to take responsibility for trying to locate what had happened with the sample and what the test result might be, given that the general assistant reported to the deputy principal and the general assistant paid this lab at Wollongong, ClearSafe Environmental Solutions, paid, presumably through school accounts, for the conduct of the test? Do you find it shockingly surprising that the principal or the deputy wouldn't have gone to check the school bank accounts to find the money that was paid to the testing lab, which had the positive result?
I don't want to get told off again for not directly answering the question, but I know of other instances where so the correct procedure, which I'm fairly sure the principal knew, is that you shut down the school and that part of the school in your contact asset management unit. Now, I've been told of a time where she refused to do that with the library. So I not only don't believe that she didn't know, I think that the reason why she used GA is so that if it was positive, it could be covered up. Now, I'll never be able to prove that, but I can't see why else she wouldn't go through the correct procedure, which is to contact asset management unit. They dispatch a hygienist and you seal off the area. They do air monitoring and they do all of the tests properly.
Are you surprised that Safe Work New South Wales, also the department, the asset management unit, PES, nobody apparently has ever gone to the school bank accounts to find the entry where the general assistant paid for the ClearSafe Environmental Solutions test?
Yeah, well, that I alerted PES
on behalf of the school.
I
The
alerted
company on the invoice, the company that's listed is Castle Hill High School. Invoice number 10956, and the name is that of the general assistant that we're talking about. It's sat there. It has sat there for 6 years in the school bank accounts, seemingly with none of these people so concerned about the asbestos dangers to actually identify the payment and then go to the person who paid to say, well, show us the test results that came back.
I wrote to Professional Ethics and Standards in about April this year. I told them specifically to look at who paid for it. I don't know what. Yeah,
in
I've got
April
emails.
of this year, right?
Yeah, I've got emails.
Well,
I don't know whether
there's
they
the
did
answer. The invoice is here from ClearSafe and the receipt. The company listed as Castle Hill High School, and all the amounts paid are listed there. You've mentioned the former principal, Vicky Brewer. Are you aware of an email that she sent Carolyn Quee, one of the concerned teachers, after Quee raised multiple concerns and itemised them? This email was sent on Thursday, the 2nd of July 2020. by the principal. And it says at dot point 1, there have been no reports of suspected asbestos either through central or I don't believe in any other management systems. What do you make of the accuracy of that statement, having earlier given us evidence, and it's very clear that scores of complaints were lodged after 2016 on central, that in the middle of 2020, the principal would write to a concerned staff member, there have been no reports of suspected asbestos either through central or I don't believe in other management systems.
That can't be a truthful statement.
It's a lie, and I was aware of that because as the Federation representative, I was supporting Carolyn, and it was only thanks to Carolyn pestering Vicky Brewer that I found the file path to the WHS minutes. And because I was aware of Vicky telling outright lies like that, I instantly downloaded them all, which I know you told me I was going off track before, I'll mention now. As soon as PES began their investigation, they deleted all those WHS minutes. And I responded to PES a number of times while they're doing their investigation and said, you cannot be serious that this is taking this long. I could have just replied all to one of Vicky Brewer's emails with the WHS minutes and her position would now be untenable and she'd have to resign from Shane. And they told me, please let the investigation speak for itself. And without you, Mr. Latham, the result would be that she would have just got to retire with all the dignity in the world and everyone thinking she is the world's greatest principal. And that, I'm sorry, is not a just outcome.
Chair, can I just ask a clarifying question? So that test that came back, the 2016 test that we now know was positive, when do we know when the first time somebody knew that was positive? So was there, at what point?
Yeah.
Yeah.
July 29th, 2016.
Okay. And so who knew about it then?
That the general assistant had received that at that point in time.
And paid for it.
And paid for it. Then,
yep,
on August the 1st, 2016, in the Castle Hill High School WHS minutes, it refers to a statement that says, sample sent, still waiting on analysis. That was 3 days later. But by September the 5th, 2016, a month later, in the WHS minutes at Castle Hill High School, it says, B block tested, all clear, testing rest of school. But no report was ever submitted into the WHS minutes, and that statement, like John said, was copied and pasted ad infinitum for 15 months after that, and no report was ever done, and no testing of the school was ever continued.
And is it your view then that this was a deliberate attempt not to tell everyone that it was positive, or do you think it was negligence?
The information that I've got says that the principal and the deputy principal instructed improperly to ask the GA to go and test hazardous material, of which he wasn't qualified, had no equipment to do so, and it was therefore their legal responsibility to ask for the test result. Now, the test result came back to the school, and if, as Mr. Latham said, they had the responsibility.
The
The
GA's been interviewed and he's got no recollection of it. But there are documents, the email and the invoice pointing to the fact that he received it. We know he reported to the deputy principal, and we know for a fact the minutes of the Work Health and Safety Committee, 11 meetings in a row, no attempt was made to go find the obvious. I think that's
you can't ask
where the matter rests.
Yeah,
I'll answer it this way. I've worked at a lot of different schools. So Shane's been at Castle Hill High School for a long time, but I've worked at a lot of different schools. She's the hardest working principal I've ever had. She knew that school inside and out. She knew everything that happened there. So the idea to me that this was just an accident is far less credible than if, some principals I've had who I won't name are like, this is my last couple of years before retirement, I'm leaving every day at 4. That was not her. She was incredibly hardworking and incredibly driven for the school to be a really high-achieving school, which I don't know why she would do this. There is a small chance that I'm completely wrong and it was all an accident, but I believe it was intentional, and I believe it was because she was driven by the desire for the HSC results to just keep on getting better and better.
So it's your belief that the principal didn't act on the obvious problems because she had the school in competition with Walkham Hills High and selective high schools in the Hills District to be the top performing school. And to take the asbestos problem seriously would have required perhaps closure of the school or closure of certain buildings, massive disruption, perhaps parents, families losing confidence in the safety at the school and leaving, and that was against her belief and desire for the school to be academically successful.
That's my best hypothesis, and in a strange encounter which I had with her when I was beginning to cooperate with Safe Work New South Wales and it was just the two of us speaking, she often talked about the school as if she and the school were inseparable.
Right.
And I'm just aware from her work ethic. But I'm also aware the reason I put in a transfer and moved to Castle Hill is because my brother-in-law lives there and he chose Castle Hill for the school. So she did, she turned it around from a school that was undesirable in the 1990s with low numbers to now they're constantly having to reduce the drawing area. And she achieved that.
Well, we all love and hope for academic success of these schools, but not at the expense of basic safety requirements.
Can I just jump in there? Mr. Connell, Mr. Stubbs, thank you so much for your testimony today, for your submissions and for fighting on behalf of the school community. It's been shocking testimony that you've given to us today. And I think that the scale of the cover-up has been really deeply, deeply disturbing. And I thank you for your frank testimony that it's really important that we get an insight of what the reasons behind and what you think this has happened. I just want to go back a step. We've talked a little bit about the staff rooms. We've talked a little bit about the fact that there's 4 major blocks of the school. I just want to ask you, it is your concern that there is asbestos that is not just in staff rooms, but also in classrooms, that this is potentially exposing students as well as staff. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's correct. I don't know why, or if I had to guess, I'd say the reason why the staff room ceilings were degrading so much faster than the classrooms is probably because staff rooms get renovated a lot more regularly with different fans and different lights and things like that. So whatever the reason was for the staff room ceilings degrading and falling on people a lot more rapidly, but it was the same ceiling. So the previous ceiling was like a waffle cone vermiculite ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason it had to be replaced when they remediated it is it didn't form an impermeable barrier between the asbestos that was found in the ceiling. And I'll add, in terms of the risk of exposure, that when we were first told about where the asbestos was in the ceiling, the hygienist, Haysam El-Hassani, I think his name is, said, we can't think of any rational explanation of why the asbestos is located where it is. And it was like in all the crevices of like the boards and things. He said it just appears to have been applied randomly. And I instantly said, well, I can think of an explanation for why it is where it is. And that explanation is that a lot of asbestos was put in the ceiling and that most of it is just, since the school was built up until now, blown out of the ceiling, because there were also the sides of the roof were completely impermeable before it was all remediated, and it was designed so that air could flow in and out so that your roof doesn't all rot. And I said, is that a possibility? And he said, yes, that's a possibility which we can't rule out. And I said, isn't that a probability? Why would anyone in building work randomly apply dabs of asbestos in a ceiling and you can't think of any rational explanation for that? He said, I don't know, but that's what we found. We can only speak to what we found.
Isn't this a problem of these so-called Wyndham-designed school blocks and essentially built in the 1960s, riddled with asbestos? And the problem may extend beyond your school. There's said to be 59 of these schools and hundreds of school blocks around New South Wales. We know of problems, for instance, at Newcastle East and St Ives. Isn't this the nature of these buildings, these so-called Wyndham structures?
Yeah, we know that now, and it's our understanding from the information we've submitted to Parliament that the asset management unit have failed in a compliance area that would potentially, across those schools, expose staff and students, and also the WHS unit have failed.
Yeah, we'll talk to the department about that later in the day. But if I could just come back to the Vicky Brewer email to Carolyn Quee on the 8th of July 2020. Dot point 4 reads as follows. It was a dust sample that was taken in 2016 and was taken from a desk, which one I don't know, from the social science staff room. Please note that asbestos is coloured black, but the dust was whitish grey. For unknown reasons, this sample went awry. We will not be pursuing this any further. Does that indicate to you that the principal basically just didn't want to know, didn't want to do the obvious searches of emails and bank accounts to find out what had happened with the sample, and was telling Carol and Quee in the middle of 2020 that basically the file was closed?
Yep.
Yeah.
And it was one of the things, before that kind of stuff, I thought that she was a very, very tough principal, which you have to be. It's an incredibly difficult job, but I didn't think that she was dishonest. And those kind of things which I became aware of twigged me to the fact that she was just going to lie and lie and lie to try and get out of this.
Right, and if I can take you to an email again from Vicky Brewer to Carol and Quee a month earlier, on the 10th of June 2020, the principal wrote, "Mandatory asbestos register for Castle Hill High School, administered by the Department of Education since 2003, clearly indicates that there was no asbestos in the ceilings."
It doesn't say that.
Is it possible that the principal didn't know of the 08 survey reviewed in 2014 by Noel Arnold and Associates that identified 5 locations of asbestos in the ceilings?
Well, she should have asked asset management. But the reality is, I've asked Steve Nikolowski, even last week, to specify if it doesn't say present or not present. And that's what the registers said. My understanding is that the registers said, didn't say present, didn't say not present. And Steve Nikolowski told me that under clause 422 of the Health and Safety Act, you got to test before you do any building works.
It's possible she didn't know. Before I began this complaint process, I used to think that everyone in the department was in communication with everyone else, but I've realised that they operate to an amazing extent in silos. So it is possible she didn't know, I would say, though, but yeah.
But isn't every principal in New South Wales sent a copy of the department's asbestos management plan and would be aware of the work health and safety provisions that, as the primary manager of the school, they are responsible for the discharge of those laws, which is to keep and be aware of the register?
Yes, and John and I have both read that document ad infinitum since 2020, and it's not that complex to understand. Basically, if you think there's a problem, ring asset management, we'll send out a hygienist.
When I spoke to Vicky Brewer on the 13th of the 8th, 2020, in what was, whether you want to call it her accosting me or us having a strange conversation, and I told her that the asbestos policy had been breached and that people were complaining and that it was going to Safe Work, and politely kind of tried to imply, because I used to get along reasonably well with her, that she should just pull the pin and retire. She said to me that she'd never read the asbestos management policy, which
can I just,
blew my mind. Yep.
I mean, you just said, Mr. Connell, that the principal was really hardworking, that she was, and it sounds as though the school was flourishing. But in addition to these educational responsibilities, she's also required to be a site building manager. Mm-hmm. Do you think that as classroom teachers, understanding the burdens that are on you and then that are on the principal, do you think that's the appropriate way to be managing such an important issue, that a principal who is an educational leader is also a building site manager?
No, I don't. And I won't name the principal, but a principal at another school I worked at, principals are massively overworked. Yeah. And a principal at another school I worked at would just let me sign off on my own professional development as an example of somebody who was a lot closer to retirement than Vicky Brewer. And the reason he did so, if I wanted to do some course, I just had his stamp and I just sign off on it. Yeah, they're smashed. Principals have, and because I was the federation representative and I would be supporting people who Vicky was having conflict with, I'm aware of the fact that she would just work through most weekends. So she would be emailing me all Saturday and so on. But I don't think it should be. I think it's a problem that it's a responsibility for somebody who did an arts degree and is fundamentally focused on education, but I don't think that makes it okay.
And I don't want to in any way say that it is okay. Sorry, Mrs. Stubbs.
No, you're right. My perception, my view is this, that it is, after reading the asbestos management policy, which I'd never seen pre-220, it's not complex to ring up the asset management director and say, I need some assistance, send somebody out. It's not my area of expertise. I'm the principal. Send people out. So I don't believe that they actually do have to work by themselves. They may be responsible under legislation, but there's a whole unit, department, to help them out.
So how effective do you think that that's been in this case? Do you think the asset management unit... But sorry, let me go back a step. The first point is that the asset management unit is fundamentally relying on the principal to pass along those complaints. So we can see here that there's been lots of internal complaints made, but the stopper has been, according to your evidence, the principal in actually then passing that along to the asset management unit. Is there any other alternative pathway for those complaints to make it to the asset management unit?
Yes. So, Form 069 is a mandatory document that I've given to the committee here, and that says the principal on a yearly one of the aspects of that document, on a yearly basis, mandatory for the principal, has to fill it out and train us and all staff how to fill out a hazardous material reporting form and a 1-800 number for us to ring outside of the school. We were never trained on how to do that, ever, in that whole 13 years or so. We were only trained this year on July 18th, 2022, my first time in 26 years there, because I rang up the WHS unit and spoke to Director Belinda Keogh and demanded we have some training on this matter after I saw the documents. In addition to that, this I think is critical, the director, in this case Joanne Marshall, probably someone before her, has a checklist form that's mandatory to check the principal yearly, and line item number 2 is what evidence has the principal supplied that she completed all 11 parts of Form 069, including training on hazardous material. The director could not, I've got from the GIPA that we only had one in 13 years ever done, and it was done falsely in that section 5 because we'd never been trained on hazardous material report forms. No one knew the 1-800 number, hence why they never reported to it. And so Joanne Marshall could never have filled out her checklist forms because I've got from GIPA that the principal never did her 069 forms. So those things exist, but why is the WHS unit and health and safety, why don't they have compliance on the director or the principal? Like in 13 or 14 years, no compliance. I don't understand.
But don't you think at a minimum the department should check with the principal that you've read the asbestos management plan in its entirety, and here's a half-day course where we're going to sort of question your knowledge and fill in the gaps where you've missed things, so that the department has a guarantee that every principal knows exactly what's in the asset management plan and knows their legal, not optional, their legal responsibilities to administer that plan fully.
So on the memorandum to principals in 2015, the updated policy, it says web classes were meant to be rolled out. Principals had to sign they received that policy, sign they've attended the web classes, and sign they understand it. I asked on April 26th this year, in the meeting where it was revealed of the 2016 covered up asbestos test, I asked the question, why all the principals knew about it. I was told by Haysom, who John referred to, the hygienist hired by the department, oh no, he created the classes, but he doesn't think they were ever rolled out. Then Andrew Hall, who was a team leader from the WHS unit in that meeting at our school, said, yeah, that's correct. I can confirm they were never rolled out. I asked the question in that meeting, so are you trying to tell me 2,200 school principals received that in 2015 and not a single one of them demanded to see these classes or sign for this document?
Yeah, you're right. Asset Management sent out a memorandum to all principals in 2015 wanting to know, have you received the policy, that there's a webinar that needed to be viewed, and that Section 9 of the policy, that the emergency response in particular had been read and understood. There's no evidence at Castle Hill that anyone in the department followed up the memorandum that they themselves had sent out.
I'm aware that the department has no record of any principal signing for it or attending the web classes.
Oh, not just Castle Hill, right around the state.
No
one.
All schools.
No one signed that they'd received it, they'd viewed the webinar, and they understood Section 9 in particular.
Yeah.
And do you know of any staff at Castle Hill High that's had any training in asbestos management?
No.
No. And when I spoke to Andrew Mitchell, seeing as he's already been mentioned, he had zero awareness of the policy. And unlike with Vicky, I really do believe that. I believe that she was aware of the policy, even though she said to me that she'd never read it. I don't believe that. I'll never really know, probably, but he really did just have absolutely zero awareness of it, and zero awareness of how it'll all work and so on. And so he certainly hadn't been trained. The head of the WHS committee, and there've been a number of them through the period of this, none of them have been trained. Yeah.
Can I just ask so there was awareness of the asbestos made the staff were made aware in 2020. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
May
And so
11th.
what measures were put in place once there was awareness, staff awareness that there was asbestos in the school? Was, the fears that Mr. Connell suggested that were held by Ms. Brewer about the impact on the school being terribly disruptive, did they actually come to pass? Were there major
Yes.
changes in terms of the operation of the school?
It coincided with COVID. So part of the reason why not that many people found out about this is they insisted on holding very small meetings. So instead of there being one big meeting which all staff were invited to, they were like tiny little meetings, and a lot of people wouldn't go because they were worried about COVID. But the school, because they chose to remediate, not remove the asbestos, so they've encapsulated it in the ceiling, the school wasn't closed for a long period of time. We were told that eventually they will remove the asbestos, but at this stage it's just been remediated. But Vicky Brewer wouldn't have known that the response from the department would just be to remediate and allow the school to keep running, because previously, so for instance in 1993, because I've spoken to people who worked at Beverly Hills Girls, they found asbestos at Beverly Hills Girls. The school was shut down, the students were all sent to different schools, and the staff were all sent to different schools for the whole 1 year while it was removed. So she would have imagined that that was going to happen, because that's what previously, before school numbers got so, because there's nowhere to send the kids at Castle Hill High anymore. All the other surrounding schools are also full.
So can I ask about I suppose there's kind of two suppositions here. One is that Ms. Brewer and the deputy effectively conspired to keep a lid on the information that they had. The other is that she may have actually consulted the Dell and sought some advice. Is that correct? Is there any evidence that the Dell actually had any knowledge at all that this was a problem at Castle Hill?
We don't have any information over the years of that. The only information I have in reference to the Dell, Joanne Marshall, the current one, is these Form 012 is mandatory by her to complete every year to check on the principal to see whether she's done her WHS plan. She couldn't have done it because the principal's never done hers.
Well, what we do have, and I don't know if Shane and John, this has come up in your GIPA documents. We have a letter from the Dell, Joanne Marshall, dated the 3rd of June 2020, to the Community Engagement Manager in the Department of Education. So this is sort of like someone who deals with different PR issues and community management at the Education Department. And the Dell has been asked to respond to complaints by staff about the asbestos problem, in some part your complaints, and the action she's taken is to accept the advice of Mrs. Brewer. And the Dell has written here, as her official report back to the department, the school's asbestos register had no record of asbestos in the ceiling, so there was no alert that could be issued. And furthermore, there was no knowledge of asbestos and no report of asbestos. This was confirmed by the asbestos register with no registering of asbestos in the ceiling. So I think from that letter, it's clear that the Dell had no inclination to explore this any further than just accepting at face value whatever Vicky Brewer told her.
Thank you for reminding of that. And can I elaborate on that letter?
Can I just answer the question a bit more? So I'd be shocked if Vicky told Joanne Marshall anything. As evidence of how much Vicky was against closing the school, thinking of COVID, one of the big issues we had was that she tried to get people to work not following the COVID restrictions to essentially keep the whole school going, because she was so worried about it impacting the HSC results for 2020. She didn't want she wanted all year 12 classes still going on, and she really fought, and a number of people told me about her screaming on the phone at Joanne Marshall because Joanne was trying to get her to close the school. But I'll let Shane
Can
speak
I
about
elaborate on that letter? If substantively, that letter was to me. I was the anonymous complainant.
You were the complainant.
I was the anonymous complainant.
Uh-huh.
So on May 29th, 2020, Jodie Connor, the community engagement officer, I made she came back to me after I made an anonymous complaint, providing her evidence that there had been historical non-testing of asbestos. She said it had been handed to Pez, then handed to Joanne Marshall. That letter that the chair just read out is the letter that was sent to me via Jodie Connor on June the 4th, the day after the letter's written. After that, to elaborate, up until it got back to Pez, from June the 4th, on June 25th, Joanne Marshall called an emergency meeting with me at Castle Hill High School, would refuse to tell me what it was about, completely out of the ordinary. I called John as the Fed rep, and he came and sat with me and minuted that meeting. In that meeting...
I didn't minute the meeting, but I did everyone after that because...
I know, you've got the minutes. We've got them.
Oh,
So on June 25th, between June 4th and June 25th, I asked Michelle Johns, the Director of Asset Management, about who's going to investigate this. And then it eventually got back to Joanne Marshall. She calls this emergency meeting because Michelle Johns had intercepted back to Joanne Marshall. I'm at school. Joanne Marshall tries to prevent me from asking questions to Amanda Burgess, the Director of the WHS unit, Michelle Johns, the Asset Management. I just wanted an investigation started. That's all I wanted. Joanne Marshall shut me down. She admitted on June 25th in that meeting to John and I at Castle High School, this is 3 weeks after the letter you just read out, she's never read the asbestos management policy and she'd never seen the screenshots. She didn't know on June 25th
the screenshots that Shane had sent her. She said she'd never opened them.
She said she'd never opened them.
So your evidence is she's played absolutely zero role in any further investigation or inquiry about your complaints, and was basically just a mouthpiece, a parrot for whatever the principal said.
Yeah, well, she was trying to shut down the complaint.
Right.
Like, I will categorically say that my memory of that meeting is that she was trying to intimidate Shane out of complaining. He'd sent her screenshots that anyone could look at, and 20 minutes later you'd just go, why is Vicky Brewer still the principal of this school? People not only requested testing for asbestos, but they said, we've been told the test has been done, and we haven't seen the...
why was she still the principal, and how was the school still open? They're the two questions that come out of this evidence very clearly. There seems Anthony, you wanted a further question?
Yeah, so Anthony, I wanted to... I mean, I think there's, from my perspective... what's happened has happened. We need, from the committee's role here is to look at what we can learn from the systemic failures that have occurred here. And I think there's a sort of fundamental cultural problem, isn't there, around principals being incentivized to keep a wrap on issues that are brewing in schools. Certainly, it's been the experience of this committee that there's been a high degree of reluctance from this department to open itself up to public scrutiny. And I think in a lot of respects, schools seem to be a bit of a black box. We don't really know, and the principal seems to be the sort of choke point in terms of information flowing out of a school about what's going on. Do you think that's a fair assessment of what's happened here, that the principals, the sort of source of information that needs to come out of the school, flow to other parts of the department, whether it's the WHS unit or the asset management unit, the principal's too much of a choke point, has too much power in terms of what information flows out of a school?
Yeah, 100%. The systems are all designed as if the internet doesn't exist. There's no reason why they couldn't have, things like, open forms that multiple people look at and things like that. The other cultural problem, I would say, and as I said in my submission, is that classroom teachers, such as myself and Shane, are held to account for lots of things, but directors and principals apparently, from almost 3 years of experience of dealing with PES, it's almost like they're untouchable. And if somebody tells you they've committed a crime and then you don't do anything about it and you don't report it, you're classified as an accessory after the fact. And yet a whole bunch of directors were told about this, and even common sense, even if they didn't know the asbestos management policy, they'd just twig. People asked for testing, and what we understood then, people asked for testing and it wasn't done. That's what I assumed happened. I thought of lots of permutations and combinations of what might have happened, but until that 2016 sample was revealed to us, I never thought of the concept that they'd actually done a test and had come back positive and then told us it was negative. But even just thinking that people had requested testing and that the testing hadn't have done, they should have reported that to PES, and PES should have invested. And the other thing in terms of what needs to be able to happen, PES needs to, in situations like this, Vicky should have been put on administrative leave quickly and the investigation should have been wrapped up. Like, in terms of figuring out exactly what happened, we'll probably never know. But in terms of knowing whether or not she should still be in the position of principal, they could have told that in like 20 minutes. Look at the screenshots. Yep.
How long did the PES inquiry take?
I got it to them on May 29th, 2020. We got a letter on September the 14th that said they finished investigating Andrew Mitchell and Vicky Brewer, but they haven't investigated anybody else.
Sorry, that's this year.
Oh,
so
this
it
year, yeah.
started in 2020.
May 29th, I got it to them.
and so
220?
it's taken 2.5 years.
September
basically.
14th.
Two
They
and a
didn't
half
start
years.
investigating
and it
until
took
late
them
in
16
2020.
months to go through the emails, didn't it, to find the positive test?
Yeah,
from
that was found in
2016.
April 2022.
And I'll add that I'm not
So almost 2 years.
I'm not a huge
find the
conspiracy
email.
theorist, but they found that email right before a new principal started. Not right before a retirement party or right before retirement or anything like that. So, I mean, it's possible. And the other thing I'd complain about with PES is we had to deal with such an enormous number of different people that, yeah, I won't list them all here, but it would just, yeah.
Can you
Isn't
just
this a
elaborate on that? What do you mean you had to do with
Oh,
an enormous
okay,
number
so-
of people? Don't they just allocate one investigator to get
Well,
the matter
that's-
concluded as quickly as possible and accurately as possible?
No, they certainly don't, and they didn't even make it clear to me when I first was in contact with the first person at PES. I wasn't even aware that it wasn't being investigated. So I would get emails back saying things like, "Thank you very much, Mr. John Connell. This is receiving a high priority." And I just thought, "Oh, they're investigating. They've got all the evidence they need." Basically, I just thought, what more do they need than the screenshots? But no, then it got put to another person. And then finally, I got a call from Alex Snelling, and she said in an email, "Hello, Mr. Connell. My name's Alex Snelling. We've decided to investigate your matter." And I'm just like, "What?" It had been with them for months.
That was October 2020.
Yeah. And then we did our interview, and then at the end of the year, when I realised this was just going to roll on forever, and it was going to be essentially, in my view, a cover-up, I sent her that email saying, if I had have just replied all to Vicky Brewer's email with the WHS minutes, she would have to resign in shame. Can I do that? Oh no, let the investigation speak for itself. Well, it didn't. Sorry, Mr. Latham.
Mr. Connell, did you receive a letter from the head of PES, the Executive Director, Darryl Curry, on the 20th of May this year, essentially explaining away the length of the investigation, just saying it was frustrating for you and that there was so much information that had to be assessed? What was your response to that letter?
Yeah, so I haven't yet mentioned that I made a very large number of attempts to contact the Minister of Education, because to me this was such an obvious case and it didn't require this long investigation, and I felt that she could basically just give us a half an hour meeting. We could show her the screenshots and she could say, "Oh, that's crazy." I constantly got the reply back from PES when I would complain about the length of the investigation, that it's a complex matter with lots of things that I wasn't aware of. And, somebody asked for a summary of this, not that I talked about it to him, or the summary would be, I feel kind of like we're in a poker match and we've just said, okay, we're all in, show us your cards. And unsurprisingly, there don't seem to have been a whole lot of parts we weren't aware of. I do not understand how it can have taken them
It's taken 2.5 years, and as of May of this year, it was still such a lengthy and complex matter. Mr. Stubbs, you've now received a letter from PES dated the 14th of September outlining the decisions that have been made about Brewer and Mitchell. How do we explain the fact that in the space of a couple of months, all of a sudden the complexity wasn't so complex anymore and they could actually get a finding in place? It's essentially the work of this committee, isn't it? That with a bit of public exposure and committee scrutiny, all of a sudden they got moving to finalise the investigation.
Without question, and I'll give you some evidence to back that up, an email from David Wright-Smith, the current director who's been allocated this particular role. I sent him an email in May of this year, May and June, series of emails stating you need to investigate why the WHS unit did not do any compliance checks and why Joanne Marshall didn't do any compliance checks. It contributed significantly. I also said the same thing about asset management, who did building work after building work year after year. They were obligated to test prior to 220, and they never did. He wrote back to me in an email in August sometime this year, 222, and said, I'm not going to delay my investigation based on your speculation. And I wrote back to him and said, there's no speculation. What I'm saying to you is true, that we've never been trained on how to report hazardous material. The director's at fault for that, then other people are as well. So he's backing up what you just said. He wrote to me and said, I'm not going to delay it. I'm going to finish my investigation. That's it.
Right. Well, now that they've got moving and they've made some findings last week, what's your assessment of a finding that the deputy principal under investigation, rather than being sacked and never having a chance to do this again at another school, has merely been demoted and transferred to a new school?
Well, I've been there at least 15 years being exposed to asbestos, and the outcome of that is somebody gets to hold on to their job. I would put my hand up and walk if I'd done that. And as far as the outcome to Mrs. Brewer is concerned, I asked David Wright-Smith what the possible outcomes were before this outcome came to us, and he said things like a fine, things like never to be employed again. And I go, well, never to be employed again? She was never going to be employed again. She's a retired principal.
Okay. And just...
I'll answer that as well.
Sorry, yeah, John.
Yeah, that was the outcome I predicted for him. I know there's a shortage of teachers, and in my conversation with him, I detected a very small level of intent and a virtually zero understanding of the asbestos policy. But I'll add, in terms of PES, just part of the reason why I agreed to appear publicly in Parliament is they released our unredacted interview statements. So I said to Shane, all the people who are going to take Vicky and Andrew's side, they're going to know it was us anyway. We may as well
be here.
Yep.
Okay, well,
publicly.
Can I ask
Yep.
one little
Ms.
question?
Boyd.
Thank you. Mr. Connell, you said that you were a Federation rep.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the union would have benefited from stronger sort of right of entry powers to sort of go in and have a look at those documents years ago when these issues were first raised?
Well, probably, and I wasn't, and
Well, what role did the union play as well?
Yeah.
You're their rep. What did they do?
well, I
back
was
you?
incredibly active, hence why it's here.
Uh-huh.
And the fact that the way the safe work legislation works means that because I was the union rep and I called for service from them, that suddenly escalated it to a higher priority. That was incredibly important. And I was given some support and advice by the union, but
Did the union ever seek to come and inspect the school and make their own judgment? The union delegate?
it happened during COVID.
An official, rather? It happened during COVID, right?
Well, it happened during COVID, so it was very hard for different people to come out. They were very focused on the remediation and that the school was made safe. And at the moment, they're also focused on the psychological impact on staff. So something that hasn't yet come up, for instance, in terms of the psychological impact, is that during the last Christmas holidays, they did baseline testing before doing a renovation, and in that baseline testing, where they do air monitoring before they begin doing any renovations, they discovered abnormally high levels of asbestos in the air in the book room adjacent to what is the new HISI staff room, because our staff room moved to accommodate more staff. And so once again, we had these all these meetings of, oh, you know, there's asbestos, and this time they're like, oh, it's a new kind of asbestos. We've got no idea, you know, no idea where it came from and so on. But I said to them, okay, that's all true. But back in 2020, in the first meeting, we said we want the school to, all the parts of the school that might have asbestos, to have more air monitoring and a deep clean. So clearly you never did that. And they had no answer to that. But I think, sorry, did I answer your question? What was your question?
Basically, do you think that if the union, I mean, the union is pretty
Oh,
limited
yes.
at the moment
Yeah.
about what it can and can't do, but if it had those stronger powers where it could come in and actually investigate by looking at the documents, do you think that that could have helped escalate this issue many years
Yeah,
ago?
for sure. I think that lots of, my personal view is that that there's increasingly large numbers of things that are brought in to hamper unions. So anything that allowed them to do more stuff would be better, including, you know, the right to strike and on and on and on. Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I just ask, so you said that you contacted the Minister's office. When did you do that, Mr. Connell?
I don't have the records in front of me, but the first time I attempted to contact the Minister for Education was the Saturday before the 13th of August 2020. I remember it vividly because Shane and I were talking about it. We'd got it to Safe Work New South Wales. We'd got it to PES. Nothing seemed to be happening. We're both frustrated. And because I was the union rep and I'd contacted the minister and other people a number of times about, you know, essentially the standard union things, we want more pay and better conditions, I said, oh, it's really easy to contact the minister. You just, you know, go onto your phone. I said, I'll do it right now. So, you know, I went onto my phone, clicked on the link, said, you know, WHS issues at Castle Hill High School, you know, criminal negligence and so on. Myself and Shane Stubbs would like a meeting with you. And that got referred to Joe. Yeah.
You contacted the Minister's office. You said you
Via
were
email.
concerned about criminal negligence that was occurring in relation to work health and safety issues at Castle Hill High School.
That's
and
my
what
memory of the
response did
subject
you?
header.
And what response did you get back from the Minister's office?
It was referred to Joanne Marshall, who, and I put this in my submission,
Sorry, and Joanne Marshall is
the director. So she sits
the
above.
DEL, the Director of
Dell
Education.
for Hills Network.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, she called me on my personal mobile phone on Wednesday morning, so not on my work phone. She her offer was, she said, why don't I have a meeting with you and find out what your concerns are? I said, I can tell you my concerns. She said, what are they? I said, Vicky Brewer's breached the asbestos policy. She's lying, she's bullying people, and she needs to be sacked. And she said, oh, that sounds very serious. And she said, well, would you like to have a meeting to explain it to me? I said, Shane and I have already had a meeting with you. You've already been sent the screenshots. And you said, you know, there was nothing to see there. And she said, oh, you're making quite serious accusations about Mrs. Brewer. I said, well, they're all true. She then turned that conversation into a complaint. So then the next morning, Thursday morning, I went to the wrong spot to go to our meetings. And Vicky Brewer found me and we had this very strange conversation where she said, you know, what's happening? And I explained people are going to Safe Work New South Wales. And she said, oh, you know, it's Shane Stubbs and Carolyn Quee, isn't it? They're trying to tear down the school. They're trying to destroy me. Anyway, it went on. And I recorded, gave the whole conversation to Pez on the Friday. And then I get home that night and in my private email, I find that Joanne Marshall has turned my conversation with her on a Wednesday into a formal complaint, and that she's the one who's going to be deciding on the formal complaint. Now, given that I already had experience of her looking into this and finding nothing to see here, and given that I already knew of her track record of supporting Vicky, I just went, well, okay, I think I can see how that complaint will be decided on. So there's a number, and once the 2016 sample came out, I made heaps of attempts to contact the minister as well, again and again and again, because I'm like, this is crazy. And I will admit, before the 2016 sample came out, I'd kind of let this, I'd gone, okay, PES takes forever, they're not going to do much, but whatever, Vicky's retired, it's all kind of in the past. But when that 2016 sample came out, For me, I thought it was crazy that they'd been asked to test and they'd never test. But I could forgive that. But the idea that they'd done a test and that had come back positive, and okay, there's a tiny chance that the only person who knew was that GA, but it's tiny. Like, the deputy principal is in touch with the GA every day. Vicky Brewer, as I've already said, massively hard-working, conscientious principal. She was on top of everything. She knew everything. She worked through most weekends. The chance that she didn't know, I just don't believe it. And I also, why didn't they just go through the correct process? Why did they design a system where there was this person, the GA, who they could just keep it firewalled with him? Nobody else could ever find out. Why wouldn't they just ring asset management unit and say, we're concerned there might be asbestos and so on? So, yeah.
Can I ask further in the area of moving things along a bit faster because we're doing this inquiry? Mr. Stubbs, have you had contact from the Education Department last week offering up some form of independent inquiry that they'll fund through a Sydney lawyer?
Yes, I decided to reach out to Christopher Lamb, the Acting Deputy Secretary. He agreed to have a Zoom meeting with John and I. He held that Zoom meeting. At the opening of that Zoom meeting with John and I, he offered to get an independent law firm to investigate. His exact words were, and it shocked John and I at the start of the meeting because we really hadn't had much of a conversation with him, just one email. He said to investigate. He said PES can't investigate themselves, asset management can't investigate themselves, and health and safety can't investigate themselves. So that was August the 21st. He told us that in an email. Then last week, after me contacting him via a phone call, he didn't answer, a text message, he finally got back an email and said an independent law firm had been appointed to look at a preliminary inquiry into a letter. The reason I contacted him was Georgina Harrison, the secretary, had written a letter to the Teachers Federation on June 8th, 2022, outlining the department's summary of what had happened in this instance. And I had got a hold of that letter from the documents, and that letter was predominantly about me, John and I, and our efforts, and it was false, misleading, inaccurate, and missing critical information. So that's what his law firm at the moment, he said in an email, has been appointed to look at my dispute of the Secretary's letter to the Secretary of the Federation.
Right. It's all 5 years too late, isn't it?
Well, exactly. 6.
Right. And was there an asbestos incident at the school last week?
Yeah, on Monday, the 12th of September last week, a person came into the HSE staff room again and was putting up some cabinets and drilling holes in the wall. A staff member who'd been involved in this whole process contacted Safe Work New South Wales, deeply concerned that that would lead to asbestos exposure pathways because the walls lead to the ceilings and fibres could come down. Safe Work New South Wales, in response, Inspector Steve Nikolowski, who we've been in very close contact with throughout, sent an emergency response to get Michelle Johns, the director, and also Haysom, the hygienist, out to the school on the 13th of September last week, 2022, to patch up the wall, get it closed. Then Steve Nikolowski drove from Wollongong, his office, to Sydney on the 14th of September to have an emergency meeting with the new principal, who has just been doing such a good job at trying to help us out here, Georgina Fleming, a fantastic job, and Michelle Johns and Haysom. So Michelle Johns is the Director of Asset Management. And I had a phone call with Inspector Nikolowski on the 14th of September while he's on the way to our school. He was visibly frustrated with this ongoing concerns here and what's going on at our school. And then I said to him, given that this is your response to some holes being drilled in a wall, why are we still open as a school? Because I said, I ran a 10-second scenario. What happens if a kid in the woodwork room upstairs in a room gets a piece of wood, accidentally knocks a hole in there, that's busy woodwork room, teacher doesn't see the hole, it's there for 6 months. This is the statement I made to him, and he agrees with me. Are we meant to be the guardrails of our own protection against asbestos risk? And he said, no. And I said, well, that's what we've got right now. I said, it's completely absurd that we're in that position last week, despite this brand new principal giving her best efforts.
I suggested that they could stencil onto all of the walls and ceilings that are affected caution asbestos behind the wall, and Shane said that was ridiculous. But
Well, can I just ask on that, something we haven't touched on? Over the years, renovation of these spaces has been common. Walls are ripped down, replaced. You know, in the normal upgrading or attempt to upgrade schools, that workmen are in and out, and there's been no stoppage of that kind of activity.
No.
Well, since 2020, it's, actually, that's not entirely true. It was only because people complained to Safe Work New South Wales about the renovations of the Hizzy staff room that were occurring in the last Christmas holidays that was done properly, and they did the baseline testing. But before 2020, yeah, there were heaps of works done.
I've lived through all of those works, and there's so many of them would have created exposure pathways to asbestos. And my question I wrote to Anthony Manning in September the 6th, 2022, September the 12th, 2022, and I said, why did your department never test for asbestos prior to 2020? I've got a list of over 20 building works that have been done that I've lived through, and a lot of those would have created exposure pathways. His answer was, Mr. Latham asked that on August the 23rd at this meeting, 2022, and we're providing today, 19th of September, a list of building works that have been completed. I said, I wrote back to him and said, that's not the question I asked you. I asked you, why haven't you tested? And I copied clause 422 of the health and safety regulation that said, if you don't know there's asbestos there in a closed off area, you have to assume positive. That's what the legislation says. He has refused to write back to me and answer that question.
Can I just ask you, I mean, you, Mr. Connell, Mr. Stubbs, you've both contacted people within the department. You've both tried to escalate this multiple times. Mr. Connell, you said you've contacted the Minister's office heaps of times. Perhaps on notice you can just tell us or consult your records and see how many times you've raised that. Is that okay?
I didn't always get, so I did do it lots of times, and I mostly did it from my phone, and I didn't always get an email reply, but even of the email replies I got saying, thank you for contacting the Minister's office, there's probably like 6. There was a period of time at the end of 2020 when I was frustrated and I could see Pez was just going to string this out and let Vicky retire, when I contacted the Minister a lot, and then again after 2016 when I was told about the sample, when I pretty understandably, I think, just had a huge reaction of like, what the hell is going on? And the other thing that really annoyed me about the sample is all Pez had to do to find that sample, which they were told about straight away in the first interview that Shane and I did with them, all they had to do is go, as far as I can understand, is go recreate inbox, and they knew who the guy was, search term asbestos, surely, and they knew what year. I just can't believe that if they were doing a sincere investigation, that took that length of time, and that it coincided so perfectly with everyone retiring and so on. Because to be absolutely clear, without this parliamentary investigation, that'd just be it. It just would have been a retirement. And I try not to be a vindictive person, but I don't see how that's a just outcome. When you do something with that level, with the potential consequences, and I know because asbestos has a 20-year latency, we won't know. And hopefully the consequences will be virtually nothing. But there's the potential consequences are really catastrophic and crazy. And for a lot of people, like the tradespeople who did all the building works that Mr. Latham just asked about, I would think that the consequences for some of them probably will be bad, and it'll probably be quite hard for them to prove that it was that one day they were at Castle Hill High School ripping down a ceiling that gave them mesothelioma. And I've asked the Department of Education about what they've done to contact those people, and they've said, blah, blah. They've said they did it, but they haven't shown me any evidence of it. And I don't think they've really taken any steps to do that, as far as I can gather. Anyway.
We've gone over time, so we'll probably have to wrap up at that point. And
Okay.
John and Shane, I thank you very much for not just the information you've provided, but the courage in being here in the first place. You've played a
Can I just
vital
ask one
role
final
all
question
along.
for
We
you to
wouldn't
take
be
on notice?
having the hearing if it wasn't for your efforts over many years.
Just one final question. If both of you can just, on notice, just the times you tried either contacting the Minister's office or the department, Mr. Manning, the like, if you can just provide that to us on notice, that would be really helpful.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thanks so much for what you've done.
Thank you so
We've got to move
much.
on
Thank you
now
very
with
much
the
too.
3
Thank you.
parents who'll be part of the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Tuff. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yep. We'll move to the next session, our 3 parents. Raquel.
And I don't think they've really taken any steps to do that, as far as I can gather. We've gone over time, so we'll probably have to wrap up at that point. Okay. John and Shane, I thank you very much for not just
That's an
Got
echo.
repeat audio
No,
for some
speaking
reason.
Aldrin Mendonca, so they must have it playing in the background. So
Right. Oh, okay. They've been listening in. That's pronounced Raquel, like Raquel. Welsh. Right. Okay. Hopefully, Raquel, Aldrin, and Elizabeth, you can each hear me. It's Mark Latham here in the Macquarie Room of the New South Wales Parliament. Thanks for your attendance as parents at Castle Hill High School. I hope you've been able to listen to the earlier evidence of the two teachers and the material we've covered. But we've got to start with swearing you in. If you can state your name, your position, and take either the oath or affirmation, please, starting with Raquel.
Hi, I'm Raquel Henson, and I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And I am a parent of a child at Castle Hill High School.
Thank you. And Aldrin?
Morning. Sorry, I don't have the affirmation statement, but I do solemnly swear and affirm that the information I provide today is the truth. I'm a parent of two boys, one in year 7 and one in year 9.
Thank you. And to Elizabeth, please.
Okay. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much. And for each of you, thanks for your attendance via video conference. It's very important to hear from parents as the guardians, custodians of the student population. And it's available to one or all of you to make an opening statement if you wanted to the committee.
Raquel, you go first.
You go first, Aldrin, that's fine.
Okay, my opening statement. I'm a parent of 3 kids. My oldest child is 23 years old, but yes, I've got 2 children in the school, one in year 7 and year 9, as I mentioned earlier. I did get some access of information through the Parliament sometime about a few weeks ago, so it's barely 3 weeks that I was able to digest all this information and come out with a submission. But my biggest concerns will be presented this morning. And just keep in mind, we've got 2,200 students walking through that building, plus 200 teachers walking through that building every day for the last couple of years. And something needs to be done.
Thank you. Elizabeth or Raquel? Did you want to make an opening statement?
Yep. Yes, thank you. I will. My name's Raquel, as you know, and I have one son in year 7. We are new to the school, and I would just like to start by saying how I am a bit disappointed in the lack of communication which has been brought forward about the risks that are posed to our children. I am, again, as like Aldrin, I've had to dig through information to find out that the amount of asbestos that is actually friable in the school is actually quite shocking. The fact that there is lack of signage in the school, which is also poses a great risk to people who are coming onto site and actually disturbing asbestos and putting children at risk and staff. This is unacceptable for the health and well-being of our children. And it's, as taxpayers, we deserve to have much better safety provided for our children. There should not be any risk like this, becoming available to our children at all. We put our trust in the community and the government and the people who help us in the community and our local members to make sure that everything is kept safe. And we expect nothing but that. And the fact of the matter is that the asbestos does need to be removed and the children need to be kept safe.
Yeah, well, that's right, Raquel. I've got to say that going through the documents and looking at the scale of recklessness and negligence, I felt desperately sorry for parents who've been kept in the dark, because you at least had a right to know the sort of environment in which you were sending your children every day. Same with every parent at the school and of course the staff. Elizabeth, opening statement, please.
Yes, so my name's Elizabeth Matters, and I'm a parent of 3 children who have all had their entire careers at Castle Hill High School, and my youngest actually graduates this week with the HSC. There's a famous Midnight Oil song that many of you may know called Blue Sky Mining, which is about a Western Australia mine that was shut down due to asbestos. The chorus lyrics are famous, and it goes, "Who's going to save me?" So I'd like to begin by thanking the Honourable Mark Latham and Ray Williams for championing this cause on our behalf, because as parents, we feel that you're going to save us, our students and our teachers. Basically, we've lost all faith in the school, the Department of Education and school infrastructure, and we're hoping that this parliamentary hearing brings out the truth, given that parents have been asked to accept the unacceptable. We've been dealt a piecemeal or band-aid approach to asbestos findings, remediation and communication. I know some parents who are not sleeping due to this issue. I know children who've been in tears. Parents send their kids to school and wonder, is today the day that they're going to breathe in deadly friable asbestos into their lungs that may well in fact shorten their lifespan in 25 years' time? One issue from my submission that I'd like to highlight is the August refusal of the Castle Hill High School P&C to allow a group of concerned parents to form an asbestos subcommittee. I would like it noted for the record that the president of the P&C has recently secured a job of business manager at Castle Hill High School, and she is responsible, or the new job, in her new job, she will be responsible for work health and safety. This is the same person who said no to our proposed committee. I'll let you join your own dots, but there seems to be a culture at Castle Hill High School of divide and conquer, like what happened earlier this year with the HSIE teachers when they were segregated, because they're the ones that it was speaking out the loudest about the problem at school, and they were segregated from the whole department. I've just got quickly 5 brief recommendations. Number 1, a judicial inquiry into asbestos in New South Wales school needs to be instituted. If this can happen at the largest school in the state, it can happen anywhere. Number 2, as Ray Williams has already called for, we need an independent hygienist investigation. I'm not making any allegations that data manipulation has occurred, but of course we all know it can happen. Flow rates can be turned up and down. There can be shorter sampling times in terms of the length of the time. Transporting of the membranes can be an issue. It just makes sense to get a second opinion. The Department of Education investigation that's going on, we have no idea how long it's going to be going on for, or whether or not it will be made public. We need to be given a time for completion. Parents need to know the answers, as do students and teachers. Parents need the truth about what happened, particularly between 2016 and 2020, and indeed the latter years as well. We've received very little communication at all. There's a wall of silence. We need full disclosure, and we also need teachers, students, volunteers, admin staff, even down to the cleaners who vacuumed the carpet that was riddled with asbestos. Going back a decade, everybody needs to be told by the department exactly what's gone on. Air monitoring is just being done in a rudimentary way. Where the problem is, like the Band-Aid solution, they put the air monitor. We deserve to have air monitors throughout the entire school. They're my 5 recommendations, and thank you for hearing this today.
Thanks very much, Elizabeth. If I could just start with questions, it's Mark Latham. To Elizabeth and Aldrin, who've been at the school for a good length of time, what communications have you received about the asbestos issue from the school? And is it true that your main knowledge about this has come from the media and the controversies that have blown up in the last 6 months?
Do you want me to start, Aldrin?
Yeah.
I've got some documents in front of me, or did you want to start?
You're on mute, Aldrin. You have to unmute.
Sorry. Yeah. In answering your question, Mark, in regards to the communication, yes, the principal is really prompt in telling us that there's an ongoing investigation. The department takes the safety of our children very safe, but there is no communication saying, yes, sticky tape testing was done, ghost wipes testing was done, and asbestos was found. Never, never, never. As my colleague Libby mentioned, yes, we had a PNC meeting on the 18th of August. I may have got the date wrong, but the August PNC meeting, there were 3 guest speakers, and Joanne Marshall was one of them. And at the start of the PNC meeting, we were very clearly told each guest visitor will have 5 minutes, but excuse me, parents, you are not supposed to ask any questions. All questions have to be emailed to the North Campus. That's it. So that was seriously very disappointing. But yes, when it comes to communication, I don't think so. The facts have been mentioned in the newsletter of where asbestos was found, what was the level, and where are the air filters. Nothing.
When was the first mention of asbestos in the newsletter?
To be honest with you, this came to the surface, or probably came into my attention, was only about 2 months ago when I started reading those newsletters, because those newsletters come into your inbox,
Right.
and so many parents say seriously just take that on gospel truth, saying that investigation is ongoing. But when we dug into the papers and the documentation from Parliament 3 weeks ago, there's so much of evidence to show that block A, B, C, D, and E in the ceiling voids have got asbestos. And communication is going back and forth from people of authority saying, are we in for any nasty surprises? Or should I put this on GIPA, or should we have a verbal communication? There are so many attachments and photos which I think should be made public, and the truth has to come out. Everybody in this committee, every parent, every authority in the Department of Education has a simple duty of care. There are 2,200 students walking through that building every day. And in my submission, you will see a student spends roughly 1,400 hours in Castle Hill High per year. There is no such thing as safe level of asbestos, and the testing going on at the moment by the hygienist company, I am sorry, I do not trust them.
Elizabeth, which documents have you got?
Okay, so I've got all the school documentation in front of me. The very first letter or email that we got was Wednesday, the 13th of May, from the former principal.
What year?
Which year is that,
I'll
sorry?
tell a lie. We did actually get a notification on the 6th of May. It was one of those Department Works notification. And then clearly it must have been many parents complained and emailed the school. So then the principals
Which
notified
year, sorry,
on
Elizabeth?
the 13th of May.
Which
and
year
I'll
is
just quote
that?
a couple of sentences. Please note there is no danger. The asbestos has not been touched in the remediation process. Instead, the perforated ceilings will be sealed. And then down again in bold, I want to reassure you again that no one is in danger. That was the very first email, to my recollection,
And which year was
I went back
that?
through all my emails to dig them out.
Which year is that, please?
That was 2020, Wednesday the 13th of May at 2020, 10:08 a.m.
From Vicky Brewer.
That was from Vicky Brewer, yes. The next one was the 15th of June, also from Vicky Brewer. And at that point in time, she says that whilst I've recently sent information via email and included articles in the last 2 Drawbridge publications, I don't actually have those dates, I feel you need to know the state of play currently. And then she just goes on to say a routine audit of Infrastructure New South Wales of school of our vintage has found asbestos, basically. And then the very last line is, we are pleased and relieved, as I'm sure you must be. So it was, basically there was no cause for concern. I had no reason to doubt her. As the teacher said, she has done a great job of the school. It's a popular school. And so I just thought, okay, it's been, obviously we knew in a 60-year-old school there'd be asbestos, but we just thought, okay, it's been found, it's safe, end of story, until obviously the media articles came out this year.
Yeah. And Elizabeth, were you at the meeting on the 18th of August this year with Joanne Marshall? What was the purpose of the meeting if parents couldn't ask questions?
So I actually put asbestos on the agenda at PNC in July. I was the first parent to do so. I put it on the agenda again in August. And what happened in the August meeting was we were told at very short notice that we were having school infrastructure people were coming, Joanne Marshall, and also the hygienist that comes to the school. Those three were being guest speakers. It wasn't actually advertised to the entire school community, which to me is just absolutely ridiculous when you've got hundreds of parents that are asked, want answers. It was advertised to this small group of people that we formed this committee or parent group. I think it was done to shut us down, shut the six of us down. And we weren't, as Aldrin said, we weren't able to ask questions or even speak directly. We just had to email these people later on asking further questions.
And when you mentioned that the P&C had refused to set up an asbestos subcommittee, and you've said the president apparently has gone on to be the business manager at the school, was that decision not to have the subcommittee supported by the principal?
I think so. I've got no way of knowing, but I don't know who brought these outside guest speakers in. I don't know whether, I'm assuming it was the principal. We were just told that it wasn't in the P&C bylaws, but mind you, we weren't given P&C bylaws. And the funny thing is I've been on P&C since about 2013, and I actually led another committee to do with safety on P&C with the 3 prior P&C presidents prior to this particular current one. And it was a safety committee as well, but we were just told it wasn't in the bylaws, and end of story. And we were just shut down. We were told proper process wasn't followed to bring the committee about. I've got an email that I sent to the president and also the secretary on the 10th of August, basically giving them the heads up that this proposed group of parents would like to form a committee. So we didn't just dump it on them on that night. They knew about it. And I guess that's why they were prepared with all their bylaw answers and things like that. And they just shut us down. And I only found out about her new job appointment just Friday past, just gone. It's been formally announced to all the teachers. It's not been announced to the parent body yet, but the teachers all know it.
Other questions from committee members?
I have a question. I wanted to ask about, I'm interested in this issue around the communication of the school with the P&C versus the school community. It's always struck me as odd that when it's convenient for the school leadership, they work through a small group in the P&C, but when they want to kind of communicate more broadly, they'll communicate. They've got the access to communicate directly to the school, to all the parents at a school. I suppose I'm concerned about some of the suggestions that you've made about how the P&C is operating at Castle Hill, and that, in terms of the way schools' consultation with parents is supposed to work, the P&C is the main avenue, but it seems that they can often be captured by the leadership of the school and manipulated. Do you think that's your experience of the P&C at Castle Hill?
Not under the 3 prior P&C presidents. To be honest, I can't really speak about this. This particular current president, I've only just turned up to the July meeting and the August meeting, so I've not really been privy to everything she's done, this particular person, since she began. But it just struck me as odd on Friday when I found out about her appointment that, part of the P&C charter, yes, they're to provide nice playgrounds for children and all that type of thing. But the other issue, if you look under the P&C rules, it's for the welfare of children. So, I'd just like to know, as a parent group, we were made out to be some radical group that was doing something wrong. But effectively, we were just talking to everybody about, basically we're representing the whole parent group, because most of the parents, the issue is they do not know that there is a problem. All they know is these school newsletters that have said how it's all been remediated and it's safe. Look, I didn't actually know myself till the July P&C meeting about the Hansard record, and that's what parents need to know. And they don't know that their children have been exposed to asbestos between 2016 and 20. So they're in the dark. The parents are just completely in the dark, which is just disgraceful.
I've had some dealings with another P&C at a school where they had asbestos buried on their oval. And one of the proposals that they sought to pursue was to have parent representation on the Work Health and Safety Committee. What do you think about that as a mechanism for improving communication with parents on safety issues in schools.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think that would be a great step forward.
Raquel, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, just follow up with what Liz has said also. It's not just from 2016 to 2020. This is current as well. This is, I mean, I wouldn't be here as a new parent if I wasn't concerned now, okay? Because for me, I feel for everything that's happened in the past, but I'm thinking now we're going forward as well. We're concerned about the fact that things have been removed this year, such as the carpets that were removed that was apparent, that also had asbestos recorded as present on them. There were also the maintenance people that went into the school and did repairs on the ceiling without proper precautions and disturbing asbestos. This all happened this year, so it's not just the previous years. It's a collective thing, plus what's happening now, and that's the concern, and that's why it's really important as a parent that this gets dealt with now and the asbestos is removed, because this is just accident waiting to happen. The amount of friable asbestos on the campus is unacceptable. It's not acceptable to be sending our children to somewhere where any day they could be at risk again. It's just not right. Thank you.
And what information is available to the parent body at the moment regarding the air quality testing that's undertaken at the school, the monitoring of asbestos dust and fibre levels in the air? Aldrin.
Yeah, sorry, I'll answer that. Mr. Latham, there's no information. The parents have got no access to information of air monitoring reports. It is anybody who wants the information, of course, goes to the Parliament House and gets the information. I did write to the principal once, but I think that email didn't go through, but which is fine. Let me say this, the PNC meeting, the last one we are talking about in August, it was a great effort and a great step to bring those 3 visitors on. But to mute us I think it just explains why we were not allowed to answer questions. So I think the chain of events right from 2016, my boy, who is now in year 9, entered the school only around 2020. But yes, as Raquel said, events are going on now as we speak. And everybody in authority, right from Department of Education to asset management or even the hygienist, have all got Band-Aid solutions, which is not acceptable. That is why one of my recommendations is to appoint an external hygienist completely from outside to do a full claim, not a claim, to identify what's happening and which rooms need the air monitoring.
So, Aldrin, your evidence is that as a parent, the only way you found out information about the air testing results is through the parliamentary call for papers, the SO 52. You don't receive any...
Absolutely.
I mean, here's a school that has sufficient concern about the safety issues to test the air and be testing the air on a regular basis and not report any of those findings to parents.
There's nothing. I can assure you, prove me if I'm wrong, parents are not told that there are 10 monitors, the air level is so-and-so, and it is 0.01 per millijoule. The parents, that is not there in the information. And let me say this, there is no safe level of asbestos. The science around the world, 0.01, the hygienist keeps saying every time, that is a safe level. No, I'm sorry, there is no such safe level.
Yep. And Elizabeth, is that right at the PNC as well? You don't get reports on the air testing results?
Yeah, correct. Aldrin's correct. I think we may have been told. I can't look. I have to confirm to go back through. I think we've got about 10 letters from the school. I don't even think we've been given any figures at all. At all. I have read figures, but I think it's in the Parliamentary Freedom of Information boxes that I got those figures from. I have to confirm that, so I'll take that on notice and get back to confirm for sure, because I've got those 10 documents here, but obviously I can't go right through them all now.
Thank you. Other questions?
Is school safety ever, is that a routine issue that gets discussed at PNCs? I'm interested not just on the asbestos issue, but whether safety issues, the safe environment is, you know, a standing item for discussion at P&Cs, or is that a rare thing that safety comes up? If I think Elizabeth, you might have been on the P&C for some years. Before this came to public attention, was safety ever discussed at the P&C?
Look, it does come up from time to time. You know, like, obviously in old school, they might be talking about, you know, degraded floors in the canteen area, or, you know, railings that are perhaps not, you know, not so good, you know, for the students to sort of go upstairs and so forth. So it does come up from time to time, like mention of it.
What about student welfare? Is that part of the safety discussion as well? Is there sort of broader discussions around student welfare?
Yeah. Look, to be honest, it's been a few. I was on P&C basically from 13 to perhaps about maybe 15 or 16. I haven't actually been on there the last few years, so I'm not quite sure what's happened in the last few years.
Aldrin?
Yes, the answer is yes. Other children's safety and welfare issues are always discussed. The condition of the soil in the North Oval, and of course those issues are tackled and managed effectively. But I think when it comes to the asbestos issue, as far as I recall, the PNC meeting in July, parents did bring it up, and there was a 45-minute discussion of the asbestos issue. Now, it got so serious during that PNC meeting. Yes, the answer is they do discuss children's welfare and safety in every aspect. But the July meeting, as far as I recall, it actually sparked the whole discussion back again. That is why that resulted in in the August meeting coming up with the 3 people from the Infrastructure New South Wales. The 3 visitors, who attended the meeting in August. So yes, the school is concerned about children's safety. There's no doubt. But when it comes to this issue, I'm sorry, I think there's something under the carpet which they are not letting it out. And if this was a private organization with asbestos in the voids in almost every block, I'm sorry, I think the business would have been shut down.
Just in terms of communication with the parents on this issue, have you noticed any difference between the current principal and her predecessor?
I did not interact much with PNC prior to 2020. I started interacting with PNC and reading newsletters only somewhere around January 2022.
Aldrin, if you recall, at the last PNC meeting, Aldrin actually said to the current principal, so are you going to be updating us regularly as to what happens with asbestos? And we were told, no, that's not what will be happening. Basically, the current principal will only give us updates when they come from the department. So she won't send any other updates. I don't blame her, I wouldn't either. I mean, she's walked into this mess. Right. So basically the department, whether it's the legal department for the Department of Education or their legal advisors, I guess, are drip feeding them what to say, and it comes through down to the principal, and then it gets broadcast to the parents. Very careful language.
I just recalled the June 2022 a newsletter from the principal does mention 0.01 millijoules per litre of asbestos in terms of the air level. So yes, communication is coming through from the principal, but I'm sorry, there's a lot more to that count of 0.01. Now, the science very clearly proves, and I'm saying this again and again, the hygienist may say, this is a safe level. I am sorry, there is no such thing as safe level with asbestos.
Yeah, no, that's right. Safe Work New South Wales has said that in some of their documentation, that there's no safe level
and
at the
again,
school.
It's the consistency. Our children are going through, walking into that building and spending 1,400 hours per year under voids which has proven to have asbestos.
Yeah. Well,
and in my submission,
as a parent, it's horrifying. What alternatives have you got?
I seriously don't have alternatives because I'm a single parent. Mum lives in Balcombe Hills, so she's outside the encashment. I've got 2 boys in here I'm renting in Castle Hill. I have no alternatives. I don't.
There's no alternative because years ago when I went to school, I went to Presswood High School. Balcombe Hills High School was a public high school, and I don't know at what year it turned selective, but nobody's ever replaced Baulkham Hills High School. So there's a real gap in the whole hills. We definitely need another public high school. I mean, all the privates are full. And you know, we do have excellent public education in the hills, but everybody's full.
Other questions from committee members?
Sorry, I've just got one
Courtney Houssos?
question. Can I just very much thank you for your strength and for your advocacy. We've been really I should just speak for myself. I've been incredibly shocked by what we've heard this morning, and we just want to say thank you very, very much for what you're doing on behalf of your children, on behalf of the school community. This is such an important issue, so thank you very much. We heard from the teachers previously. They had tried to raise concerns through the school and through the regular avenues, and in desperation reached out to the minister and to other parts of the department. Have you either individually or as a PNC sought to reach out to the minister or to other parts of the department to get answers?
Sorry. No, the answer to that is I haven't made any attempts because I thought to myself, let me dig deep and visit Parliament and look into those documentations. And as I mentioned, I had just 3 weeks to prepare myself for this and to prepare myself for the submission. And going through about 5 boxes of documentation between different departments over the last 5 years has been a ton of information. But I'm surprised, I'm sorry to say this, I'm surprised that Honourable Sarah Mitchell is not here at this meeting. So I'm surprised that I'm not
just a point of order and clarification, Chair. Obviously, the member may not be aware, but as a minister, the Honourable Sarah Mitchell isn't a member of the committee. The committee is a committee made up of Legislative Council members who are not ministers. So so it's not any disrespect of the minister not being here. It's actually just appropriate and due process. So I just thought I'd make that clarification for the member.
Yeah, that's right. But we get to question the minister when the Parliament sits, which happens tomorrow and Wednesday this week. So, Elizabeth?
I just wanted to say that in my submission at the back, I've got a draft letter that was done in consultation with some of these concerned parents. It actually hasn't yet been sent to the minister, and there's about 40-odd questions that we're asking that we want clarity to.
Yep, I hope you get an answer to them. It's been a long, drawn-out, disgraceful saga, I've got to say, and I can only, on behalf of the committee, wish you the best as parents, the whole parent body at Castle Hill, because it's not a situation we'd want.
No.
It's entirely undesirable, and public education should not only be high quality tuition, but high quality health and safety for everyone on the side of a public school. So, is there any other business, any other questions from the committee members?
I just want to ask one more question,
Anthony?
just in terms of the PNC. Has there been a risk assessment provided to the PNC? Like, has the school given any documentation that might explain how they propose to manage the risks associated with asbestos exposure, given the arrangements that are currently, I mean, the school is still being used? Any type of documentation like that provided to the PNC or to the parent community?
Well, there's certainly been nothing discussed at PNC. Whether or not PNC, the executive, have been provided with that documentation, I can't comment. I am a member of the PNC, but I'm not a member of the executive. And Aldrin, you're not a member of the executive either, I don't think, are you?
No, I am a member. I am a financial member of the PNC, but no, the asbestos issue has never been talked about. No. Don't get me wrong. The PNC is a great body for other matters. The current principal is doing a good job to juggle this well, but I think it's gone out of her control. And band-aid solutions, again, are not the way to go about it.
Yep. Well, we're up against time now. We're nearly out of time, so I thank the parents for their involvement. Some of you have broken from interstate travel to provide your evidence today, which is greatly appreciated. Our committee will report on this and I'm sure make very strong recommendations. I like the idea myself of having a parent on the Work Health and Safety Committee, because students are as impacted by these issues as much as teachers and other staff. So there's a lot that needs to be done, and we can learn some lessons here that hopefully will be useful at Castle Hill and other schools around the state. So thanks again for your involvement, and also be aware in terms of your access to documents that the previously privileged Safe Work New South Wales documents are likely to be available by the end of the week. The recommendation of the Arbiter upon my application is to release them publicly, other than the small number of interview transcripts that are in those 5 boxes and thousands of pages. So there's more material coming. Our role here is not only to provide scrutiny, but hopefully some solutions that the government can adopt. So thanks again for your time today, and we wish you all the best going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we break now for 15 minutes for morning tea, after which we have 4 officials of the New South Wales Education Department. Thank you. hearing, and because Mr Downey and Mr Manning have been to the infrastructure inquiry previously, they don't need to be sworn in. And while we've seen Mr Curry and Ms Nixon at estimates, because this is a separate inquiry of the committee, if you could swear yourself in, please, Mr Curry, starting with your name, position and the oath or the affirmation.
I'm Darryl Curry, Executive Director, Professional and Ethical Standards. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms Nixon?
Leanne Nixon, Deputy Secretary, School Performance North. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And as four representatives of the department, is there any opening statement that one of you would like to make? Mr Manning?
Yes, can I make an opening statement?
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Chair. We'd like to take the opportunity to make an opening statement. As the committee is aware, the issue of asbestos management at Castle Hill High School is currently the subject of a live and ongoing statutory investigation by Safe Work New South Wales under the Work Health and Safety Act 2011. The department is actively supporting the Safe Work New South Wales investigation. Given that the matter is under investigation by a regulatory authority, as witnesses here today, we want to ensure that we do not in any way hinder or prejudice, including inadvertently, the investigation, including any possible compliance action that might arise from it. That being said, we also understand the seriousness of today's topic and the public's interest in this special hearing. Specifically, we can confirm that an internal investigation by our Performance and Ethical Standards Unit was completed last week, and we can provide some information to the committee around the investigation's findings. The health, safety and wellbeing of our students and our staff is the department's highest priority, and we have a rigorous system of maintenance and monitoring at all schools across New South Wales. However, regrettably and with disappointment, we can confirm that certain procedures were not followed by senior staff at Castle Hill High School. We can also confirm that as a result, appropriate disciplinary actions have been taken. At the heart of the problem was that the school did not follow the specific procedure to immediately inform the Asset Management Unit of the department after a concern was expressed about a possible asbestos issue. The Asset Management Unit is an expert and immediately available support for our schools that is specifically tasked with proactively managing asbestos concerns. Schools are required to notify the AMU immediately of any such concerns. Unfortunately, in this case, the school did not contact the AMU when it should have, and the AMU's help and expertise was not immediately enlisted. Had the school followed the required procedures as outlined specifically in the department's asbestos management plan, community concern could have been allayed quickly and with confidence. We acknowledge that the concern that this has raised among staff and members of the school community, and on behalf of the department, we would like to apologise for the breakdown that has occurred at the school. There have been errors of judgment by senior school staff that should not have occurred. Separately, as part of the department's broader and proactive monitoring efforts, the AMU identified asbestos in situ at Castle High School in 2020. In response, standard processes were engaged to immediately manage the site consistent with the department's asbestos management plan. Safety measures were put in place, including sample testing together with air monitoring, which have returned results below or equal to the minimum detection limits in relation to the building elements. This has included testing of material located within the roof cavity above the ceiling, which indicated very low to no levels of asbestos in the HSIE staff room, which has been the subject of initial concerns with the school. That, together with the measures such as remediations and hygiene cleans, together with the safety certificates issued by Safe Work New South Wales for the Castle Hill High School, gives the department a high level of confidence the school is a safe place. These factors also indicate that the long-term historic risk of exposure over the lifetime of the school is considered to be low, no more than might otherwise occur in any building or private building that otherwise contains asbestos-containing materials. We continue to monitor the situation and await the findings of Safe Work New South Wales. The AMU-led response since 2020 has indicated notification of the issue and transparency with Safe Work New South Wales, the New South Wales Teachers Federation, teaching staff and the wider school community. A range of supports have been put in place for staff. In addition, and as a precaution, the department has taken steps to ensure that any staff member concerned about potential exposure to asbestos both notify the instant notification response hotline and refer to a general practitioner for review. We can confirm that since 18th of May 2020, 6 notifications have been made. The department confirms that it remains in contact with the New South Wales Teachers Federation regarding this issue and the supports in place. Likewise, the PwC have also been regularly updated at meetings, with the P&C President fully informed of the matter. One aspect of this issue that has been a source of concern has been the existence of a 2016 Certificate of Analysis. I can confirm that the department was made aware in April 2022 of that certificate and had not been escalated beyond the school until that time. It was located as part of the PES investigation on 6 April 2022, upon which PES immediately informed the Asset Management Unit of the same day. The evidence was not clear that a report existed until it was located in a junior former employee's archived mailbox. This employee has not been the subject of the PES investigation. PES made concerted efforts throughout the investigation to identify information about whether a test had been undertaken. There was no information to suggest the test was positive until the certificate of analysis was located. Interviews with witnesses elicited inconsistent information about whether a sample had been collected and who had collected a sample. From the information available to the department, it is not clear exactly from where within the staff room the sample was taken, how it was taken, or whether the results were shared with staff at the time. The certificate indicates the sample comprised of fibrous cement sheeting material and other fibres. The PES investigation has identified that a breakdown occurred within the school such that important processes were not followed. In the context of general experience and performance to date of the department's asbestos management, the Castle High School situation is considered highly unusual and atypical. The department remains confident that our practices are in keeping with our commitment to ensuring health, safety and wellbeing of our students and our staff. Consistent with that commitment, the department has now begun the process of considering the PES findings with a review to what lessons can be learnt and what possible improvements could be put in place. This will also need to consider, in parallel with the findings, conclusions and any recommendation made by the independent regulator. It is important to acknowledge Safe Work New South Wales' knowledge, their specific remit and experiences in work health and safety. The department will defer and take the benefits of their judgments and guidance on these matters. We trust this assists the committee further in its understanding of the issue.
Right. Well, thanks, Mr. Manning. Could I just put to you, it's not going to fly to hide behind Safe Work. They started their formal investigation in the middle of last year. It's now been completed, and some time ago it was sent off to their lawyers for consideration of prosecution. Prosecution of the Department of Education, as well as the 2 senior staff members at the school who are culpable. Now, they may do nothing. Safe Work may get legal advice to say, we don't act here, which then, of course, brings it down to what the department's going to do to ensure that this doesn't happen again, because you've got a basic problem of procedures that empowered a principal to act in a reckless and negligent fashion that's upset the school community, most likely seriously jeopardised the safety and health environment of the school. And I'd like to hear what the department has concluded about the policy changes that are needed to make sure this could never happen again, because whether we like it or not, local schools, local decisions would have to be one of the greatest disasters in the history of any public education system anywhere in the world. That you have a policy enacted by Piccoli and only recently abandoned but not replaced with anything of any substance, whereby the system says and the department says principals know best. Principals know the context of their school. Every school's different, and we're empowering and entrusting ourselves to the principal to get it right. And you've got a situation here where clearly the principal has walked off the reservation, has lied and lied and lied consistently about the nature of this problem and shown no inclination to do the basic things that were needed to correct it, and starting with finding the 2016 test report and acting on it. What does the department plan to do about the future possibility of another principal walking off the reservation, whereby they put the whole premium on academic results at the school and wipe any priority on work health and safety, knowing that if you close the school or you articulate problems, you might lose some of your school population? What are you going to do here to stop this happening again?
So as we've confirmed in the statement. The findings from PES have recently been released. We'll now sit down and go through those findings and understand where those failures were and what we could institute from a system perspective to
Well, the letter
ensure
I've got
those
from
things don't
Mr.
happen again.
The letter I've got from David Wright Smith in the PES just goes to the two employees, one former, one current, and the action about them and the misconduct finding and, well, kind of disciplinary action of a sort. But Mr. Curry, does the PES inquiry have policy change recommendations, or is it just about the personnel?
PES is actually about the personnel, but what we do at the end of an investigation of this nature, that we put together recommendations that we believe should be embraced or at least considered by the other areas of the department, and then we sit with them and actually let them know what we've discovered, and that is a process that's going to be undertaken very soon.
And Mr. Manning, we heard evidence earlier in the day that in terms of checking that every principal has not only received the asbestos management plan, but read it, completed the webinar and understood their responsibility under the law of New South Wales to discharge certain actions and responses regarding asbestos, that not only did the principal at Castle Hill not read the document, and the department never knew that this is, there's no certification anywhere in New South Wales that principals have signed off on their responsibility to receive, digest and thoroughly act on that plan. Is that right?
From our perspective, we don't ask principals to sign off on updated asbestos registers. The training manuals that were put together are run and principals have access to them.
Are you going to start doing that on the basis that if a principal just, oh, look, I'm only interested in academic results here, all this stuff in this big fat document, you know, someone else can sort that out. What are you going to do to stop this happening again? That's the starting point, isn't it? That every principal and their delegate, like a deputy principal, will receive the document, digest the document, understand the document, complete the webinar, and know their this is not an optional thing. It's not like fairies in the garden, you know, it would be fun to be involved in that. This is a legal responsibility to know what's in that plan, be the custodian of an accurate register and act accordingly where they can take reasonable action to keep the school environment safe. Are you going to require certification in the future?
It'll certainly be an item under consideration as part of the conversation with PES. Our experience from the Asset Management Division is that the vast majority of principals are very aware of asbestos issues and will make contact with us the moment they think they've got an issue for us to work our way through.
But at the moment, there's no system in place whereby the department will know centrally that the principal is acting responsibly in relation to the asbestos management plan.
So, and if that's one of the things that comes out of following the investigation, then we'll instigate those issues as they appear.
What about the monitoring of the minutes of work health and safety committees? Because the evidence here is that for 11 meetings in a row, over more than a year, the unwillingness to track down the positive asbestos report from the HISI staff room in 2016 was a complete act of negligence. Is there any monitoring of the minutes of a school's work health and safety so that never again can issue be left unresolved recklessly for 11 meetings in a row, when the solution to it is simply to go search the emails of the school with a search word asbestos test and to also look at the finances of who paid for the test?
I'm happy to speak to the pieces that are in place to ensure there is mandatory training of principals and support. So the workplace health and safety induction is for all employees and links to the asbestos links and information. That's for all employees in the Department of Education. Also, the New South Wales Public School Leadership Management Credential, which is all aspiring principals have to complete this prior to applying for a job and then receiving a job as a principal. And in it clearly outlines asbestos management and the requirements for a principal around asbestos management. The principal under the AMP, is the accountable officer and is accountable for looking at the Workplace Health and Safety Committee minutes. So there are processes in place. And I can point to Dell's also having signed off on those reviews to check that principals have done that. That's been in place since 2021. So there are a number of pieces that have been put in place to ensure that we have a line of sight to that. But as Mr. Menning said, you know, there will be recommendations from the PES review, there will be recommendations from Safe Work that clearly as a department we need to look at and ensure that, like all I would expect us to do in all situations, review our processes to ensure
What
there are things
recommendations have been received so far from Safe Work?
I can't speak to that. I don't
They finished
believe
their
we received-
inquiry, they sent it off to their legal division to see whether they prosecute. They must have sent something through if it's relevant by now. No?
I
No one's
certainly
aware.
haven't-
Can you take
I
that
haven't
on notice?
I haven't seen anything as yet. We should take on notice
There
whether we've
appears to be
received that.
some material in the SA 52 documents held by the Parliament, but you're unaware of.
Yeah, we've not received any.
Have any of you
specific
read the Safe Work final report that went through to their legal team?
We'll
No?
take on
They
notice.
haven't even furnished you. Are you going to try and seek a copy of that report so you can learn from it?
Yeah, absolutely. As part of the review that we will do.
But
now,
you're only
we've-
seeking it because I just raised it. Nobody's done it to this point in time.
as part of PES completing their investigation.
Okay.
We'll now sit down and understand all those
Yeah,
facts.
Ms Nixon, you mentioned the role of the Dell. Haven't we got a fundamental problem in this instance where Dells can easily say, look, I go around and I deal with these, 13 or 14 principals, and I want to be pretty friendly with them and have a cup of tea and, rocking the boat and taking them on and going in and conducting an independent investigation of what they've failed to do on asbestos would be a bit rough. I'll just take the word of Vicky Brewer that everything at this school is fine and write my dispatch off to the department. Haven't we got a problem here that Dells, in many respects, are so supine and ineffective, and that the principals have got more power than they've got?
My experience with the Dells that I deal with daily is that they are very attentive to their responsibilities. I don't think that your characterisation represents the work that they do. And in fact, I know that there was training in 2020 for the Dells around around workplace health and safety and ensuring that it wasn't a tick-off, to ensure that they did it in a manner that was appropriate. But I just would come back to the fact that the accountable officer...
You're moving on to a separate matter.
Chair,
Let's just finish on
Chair,
this
can I
matter.
just-
How do you explain the failure of Joanne Marshall to show any curiosity, energy or enthusiasm for checking what Vicky Brewer had told us about this instance?
Chair,
I can't speak to the investigation, but I can speak to Jo Marshall and my experience with her over the last couple of years. She's very attentive to the detail, and she has put in place those pieces from 2021 and 2022 as requested. But I just would go back to, Chair, that the accountable officer for a site around workplace health and safety is the principal, not the Dell.
Why did Joanne Marshall fail to review any of the minutes of the Work Health and Safety Committee at Castle Hill High? Why did she just at face value accept the words of Vicky Brewer and recycle them in the letter that she sent off to community engagement?
I can't make comment on that. Potentially, Mr. Curry may be able to comment on that through the review.
Mr. Curry?
I can't comment particularly on that case, but I think it's important to note that at that time, Ms Marshall was utilising the staff complaints procedure. It wasn't an investigation procedure. And so that initial anonymous complaint and the response to it was under the complaints management policy. When alleged misconduct was considered by Ms Marshall, she then referred it to PES, and PES took it on as an investigation as alleged misconduct. So they're two very different processes that deal with situations in very different ways.
Did Ms Marshall ever check the central portal to see how many complaints have been made by other staff?
I can't answer that.
There's scores of them. Did you? Can you tell us how many complaints were made about asbestos at this school under the central system?
I have to take that on notice.
Well, this is the problem, isn't it? We asked for your investigating officer to be here to actually answer questions. I asked you this at estimates, and you took most things on notice and then quickly completed the investigation. So you can't tell us here how many staff made complaints on the central system about asbestos at Castle Hill High School over the past decade.
No, I'd have to take that on notice, but I would clarify that at estimates, I think you asked me how many complaints were made to PES, not on the central system. So in terms of complaints on the central system, internal complaints, that was part of the investigation, but I cannot answer that question definitively off the top of my head at the moment, so I'll take that on notice.
What's the finding of the PES investigation about the 11 Work Health and Safety Committee meetings that constantly refer to the need to get some testing results here, and nothing ever happened?
Well, there was no findings about those particular things. The findings were with regards to the allegations that were put to the employees. But what we found with regards to the investigation, we found misconduct relating to poor delegation and oversight practices, leaving a junior staff member with responsibility to manage testing and to action results. We found relation to failed to take reasonable steps to action staff health and safety concern about dust in a timely manner, failed to document key aspects of responses to asbestos risks, failed to follow asbestos policies and protocols, including involving other parts of the department with responsibility to manage asbestos issues, and provided false and misleading information to other staff. And they were the findings of the PES investigation. Now, in terms of with regards to those particular 11 instances that you're talking about, there weren't findings particularly about those because there wasn't an allegation put particularly about those, but that would have been part of the failed to take reasonable steps to action staff health and safety concern about dust in a timely manner.
All right, well, they're all very, very serious instances of misconduct. On that basis, how can the deputy principal just be transferred to a new school instead of sacked?
There was an appropriate disciplinary action given to that employee. With regards to when we assess what the consequence for an act is, we actually look at the employee's entire career. We look at the level of responsibility under particular mechanisms or acts with regards to that and who holds responsibility for that. And then we take into consideration things such as understanding, contrition, could be things like the training and development that was supplied to that employee. I wouldn't say that the consequence in this case was trivial or meaningless. It was a serious consequence for somebody in a position of responsibility that had been acting under the direction or under the responsibility of somebody else who had the responsibility to conduct WHS and to look over WHS at the school.
Well, given the breathtaking nature of the recklessness and negligence in this matter, how could you inflict this person upon another school?
I don't accept the inflict. The person has had a consequence.
What confidence could the new school have in the ability of this person to run anything?
I believe that with regards to the position that they are going to, that type of oversight that was delegated in Castle Hill would not be something that would actually be delegated in the position that they're going to now. And I think the other thing that's very important with regards to understanding PES is that we are not a punitive body, we're a protective body. We actually take actions to protect from any future harm. And so that idea of the consequence is not to punish somebody, it's to protect the department.
I've got hundreds
students.
of letters from unvaccinated teachers who said they got big punishment and they're without a job and this bloke is going to a new school. Will you sack him if he's prosecuted by safe work?
I would not state definitively that I would act in any way until something was in front of me and I could actually ensure that somebody has procedural fairness and actually has an ability to reply to allegations and to judge it on its case-by-case basis. What I would say, though, there are definite rules with regards to prosecutions that carry over certain amounts of jail time, that PES has guidelines and the department has guidelines that they may constitute misconduct.
Does PES got any advice or opinion as to whether or not this employee has breached the New South Wales Work Health and Safety Act?
I wouldn't put forward an opinion about that in this forum or any other forum because I don't want to prejudice any sort of investigation.
Yeah,
or
but if you made that assessment, like if you've got a staff member who's acted illegally under the Work Health and Safety Act of New South Wales, it's a supremely important matter. Surely you've made that assessment in judging the person's future.
Well, we wouldn't make an assessment about whether somebody has acted illegally. That is not our role. However,
you didn't seek that advice from the Department of
however,
Legal
if that
Section?
person was found to have acted illegally by the appropriate body, we would consider that as possible misconduct and then possibly take action.
So in your investigation, you never sought any advice from the department's legal section that Mr Mitchell had breached the work health and safety laws of New
Chair,
South
just on
Wales?
that matter, I'll just raise the point of order that...
Well, there's plenty of other staff who get sacked because they get an opinion, oh, this person's breaching the rules.
I appreciate that.
This is an act. This is a statute.
I understand, Chair, and I appreciate that. However, I am minded by Mr Curry's contribution that he doesn't wish to prejudice any investigation. So
there's no prosecution underway and nothing's being prejudiced. I'm asking Mr Curry, did you seek legal advice as to whether or not this employee had breached the work health and safety laws of New South Wales?
I'll take that on notice.
You don't know?
I'll take it on
Can't
notice.
take that on notice. You must know whether this investigation sought advice from the legal section of the department. You must know that.
I didn't undertake the investigation. I am the decision maker in the investigation. I'll take that on notice.
Courtney Houston.
It beggars belief, I have to say. Just on that point, Mr Curry, I mean, if an employee is alleged to have stolen property from the department, you don't wait for a police investigation before you act. You make an assessment, don't you?
Yes, we would make an assessment in that case. However, if there was to be...
Why is work health and safety law already different?
We were not... I'm not in this case making a judgment as to whether somebody may be in contravention of an act and may be prosecuted for that act. We were looking at whether the allegations as put to the employee had been sustained and whether those sustained allegations were misconduct.
Well, they've been found guilty of misconduct. Surely it's relevant. If they breached the laws of New South Wales, surely you must make an assessment about that. Like Mr Adams said, if you go stealing school property, you don't wait for the police to take it to the courts. You sack the person because you've found an illegality.
Once again, I'll take that on notice and answer as to whether I've got, or the investigation got legal advice on that on notice.
Mr Diadam, did you have any follow-up?
No, I'm happy for Ms. Hughes to, I think she had a question.
Thanks very much, Chair. We've heard some shocking allegations this morning from teachers and from parents about the situation at Castle Hill High School. I'd like to put some of those elements to you. You have said that, we heard that in 2015 an email was sent out by the department on how to manage asbestos, but that there was no checking that principals had actually undertaken that training. Is that correct? Mr Manning, you talked about this earlier. I just want to confirm, you have no way of checking whether principals have actually done this or not.
So we have no central system available to us. So, and I wouldn't know back in 2015 how they might have tracked kind of whether people had opened those emails and had looked at them and whether there was a sign-off process to say that they had acknowledged any of those back at that point in time.
Okay.
So
today,
we have no central system.
Today, are you checking that principal? Have you changed any of your procedures to ensure that you are checking that principals have undertaken this training?
I'll have to take that on notice because I'm not aware of the detail of those procedures and whether they've changed from 2015.
Well, I'm asking you whether principals are the key decision maker and key person who are accountable for asbestos in schools. And Mr Manning, you and I have been talking about this for years. In budget estimates hearings, I've been asking the Minister questions in the Parliament. We have been talking about the issue of asbestos in schools for years. What checking is in place at the moment that principals are undertaking the training that they are supposed to do in order to make sure that schools are safe?
I'll need to come back on notice with the specifics around how we're able to track or not track whether they've actually undertaken the training or not. But certainly it's provided to them as Ms Nixon spoke about in terms of the processes around that, and it's in the preparation modules for principals. So I'll need to come back and check exactly what is our process for recording that they've underdone the training and understood it.
Okay, what Mr. Manning, I just want to say, like, I understand you're taking that on notice, but that is a completely unacceptable response to the fact that we have been raising concerns about asbestos in schools. These teachers and these parents have been raising complaints and concerns for years, and that you would come to a hearing today and not be able to answer how are the crucial accountable person being trained in managing asbestos in schools.
As I said, I'll come back to you on notice.
How are you contacting staff? You said that there's been 6 notifications. Can you tell me of staff from Castle Hill High School who may have had exposure? Of those 6 staff, how many of those are current and how many of those are former?
No, we wouldn't know who they were as individuals. No.
Okay, can you take that on notice to tell us whether they are current or former staff?
Yep.
Okay, how are you contacting staff to ensure that they are aware that they may have been exposed to asbestos?
So from our perspective, as part of any unexpected find, we'll produce documentation to the school and we'll work with the school locally in terms of notification to parents and how that might happen, and notification to staff groups. It usually is a notification from the principal to staff, and then an opportunity for the staff to meet and for us to present. We usually bring with us the hygienist and a whole range of other specialist advisors so they can ask questions about what it is we found and how it works. And as part of that, the Health and Safety Director would provide contact details for staff who are concerned to reach out. And as part of all of our works notifications, we provide both an email address and a telephone number for people to reach out through our organisation if they need more support, for us to put them in contact with Health and Safety Executive.
Okay, I understand that that's the procedure that's in place for current staff, but what about former staff? We have heard this morning that there have been complaints raised for years, and internal complaints and complaints logged in an internal system for years. Many of those teachers have moved on. We heard a shocking account of a former head teacher who has had lung issues and wasn't aware of that. What process have you got in place for notifying former staff who have left the school? Are they just waiting to read something in the media and you're expecting them to pick up the phone?
So I think that Mr. Manning might like to talk about what the levels were and what the exposure actually is here. But in terms of past staff, the reaching out through the school community. So we've had heaps of communication with staff and heaps of communication with families around this, and opportunities to speak to anyone that's concerned.
Ms. Nixon, you're not answering my question.
Yes.
My question is specific. Former staff at the school, how are they being contacted?
So I'm not clear that we have contacted former staff, but I'm unclear why we necessarily would beyond the normal forms of communication. We currently have tested at the school and the levels are at safe levels. So I'm unclear, if we have no reports of incidents where we would need to contact former employees.
What about 7 or 8 years ago? It was raining asbestos dust in some of these staff rooms.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you
How
have a
can you-
duty of care to notify those former staff members to let them know what's now been discovered?
We're talking
I'd
about
have
the
to
This
take
is
it on
not
notice.
today. This is happening 7 or 8 years ago.
So I'd have to take it on notice, as I said, if we have communicated with former staff.
Okay, but you can say that it's safe today, but you have no idea what was happening in that staff room 7, 8 years ago when multiple staff were so concerned by what was happening that they lodged complaints on the internal system. You have no way of monitoring whether that was safe, and you have just told us that you are not contacting them in any way.
Thank you.
So I said I would take on notice how we contacted or if we contacted previous staff.
It sounds like there's not a procedure in place, though. Is there not an automatic procedure for when things like this happen that you would let former staff know if they've been potentially exposed?
If there is a procedure, we're not aware of it. We'll talk to Health and Safety team who who would be the ones who would do that
There's nothing in
notification
your
and lead
asset
that process.
management plan? Nothing in your asset management
No,
plan
so,
this thick for notifying former staff?
No, so our asset management plan is dealing with the asset and the notifications we do around that.
Your asbestos management plan, sorry, your asbestos
Yeah, as for dealing with the asset, we'd work with the health and safety team in the department in terms of, because a lot of the advice that goes to individual staff members relates to advice that comes from the health and safety team. So we'll take on notice and go back and have a conversation with them. I'm not aware of a procedure or process, but that doesn't mean that there isn't one, because it's not something. There's an asset management team we would be involved in.
So, Mr. Manning, have you or Ms. Nixon, have you changed the way you operate at all as a result of what's happened at Castle Hill, or are you purely waiting for the investigations to make any changes?
So as we've said, the investigation is just completed. We now understand the facts as they are. We'll now do a review to understand where we think the failures were and how we can address them so we mitigate them trying to happen again.
Okay, but surely there would have been lessons along the way that you would have realised here. The principal clearly failed the existing procedures. So have you changed any kind of monitoring of the internal complaint system? Have you started any kind of checking of notifications? Have you made any changes to the way the department is operating as a result of what's happened at Castle Hill?
So there have been a number of changes to the way that schools are supported from an asset management perspective that are different to what would have happened in 2015, 2016. They're not specific changes we've made as a result of the incident at Castle Hill, but there are an enormous number of changes that have been made. 2015-16, Public Works were responsible for managing our assets. The asset management teams were administrative and oversaw contracts and payments. Since the existence of school infrastructure and the decision made around the role of Public Works going forward, the asset management units have stepped into that space more and more. We continue to put more resource into the asset management teams. Only recently we've advertised for another 50 asset service officer roles so that we can be far more active in schools than we've ever been. Funding is flowing through schools now, both in terms of school and community fund projects, but also maintenance programs and a whole range of others. So our asset management teams are far more familiar with school buildings than we've ever been. Because we are a professional organisation, we have standards and we have an approach that we go to. Whatever we see that we think doesn't look right, we will then do the testing. We won't wait for a principal to raise it with us. So we are far more active in all of our schools, and that has been something that's been increasing since the existence of school infrastructure, and we continue to reinforce it. The more work we can carry out inside schools, the more chance there is of making sure that things don't slip through the net. We will still have unexpected fines because that's the nature of what it is, but they are then properly dealt with as we find them. We're not waiting for people to notify us to us. So there are a whole range of things that we've been doing over the years. The find in 2020 is an example exactly of that. They're not things that have been specifically addressed following the Castle Hill incident, but they are all things that are very much more helpful to making sure that we minimise any chance of those things happening again.
But you're still pursuing encapsulation as a strategy with asbestos in schools, aren't you?
So with every find, we consult an independent hygienist and we talk to Safe Work. And encapsulation is a method that is recommended by both and supported by both.
Encapsulation, surely you would understand if you are a specialised schools infrastructure agency, encapsulation of asbestos in schools, particularly when it's in roof cavities or in walls, that's not a very clever thing to be doing within our schools. They are not usual office environments.
So, as I said, with every asbestos interaction we have, we talk to an independent hygienist and we follow their advice. That is supported by Safe Work, who properly support encapsulation in a range of environments, including schools.
Sorry, can I just ask? Sorry, you go.
Sure, thanks. So what broader assessments are you doing? How many other schools that were built at the same time as Castle Hill have been now assessed as a result of what's happened? How many have now been assessed to check that what's written in the asbestos registers is actually what's happening on the ground?
So the asbestos registers are known and suspected asbestos. So the existence of an asbestos register at any school is something that you would use for any works you would interact with. Whether it says on the asbestos register it is or it isn't, it still is cause for you to pause and test and understand. So there will be substances that we know are asbestos that will be marked on it. There will be substances in the buildings, in every building,
That's
that we don't
not
necessarily...
Mr. Manning,
Well, no,
that's
it is.
not my question.
No, it
we have
is.
talked about asbestos registers
Point of order,
for
Chair.
years. For years, I have been
Point of
asking you
order,
about
Chair.
asbestos registers.
I'm happy
I
to
am
raise a
asking you
point
a
of order.
different question.
I am happy to answer that, but it's important that you that it's clarity. The asbestos register is not a guaranteed outcome document. The asbestos register is known and suspected asbestos, and we use that to manage the process that we go through. We work closely with independent hygienists, and we make sure that any work that is carried out at any school, regardless of what we think we know, is tested against an asbestos register. And
Can I
that's
just
part of
come
the
in there
process of
about
what it is we
Sorry,
do.
I just want to ask a follow-up question on this, though. Mr. Manning, I'm not asking you about whether you're adhering to the registers. I'm asking you about whether, as a result of what's happened at Castle Hill, and as a result of what we know about how asbestos was used in the community broadly during that time period, have you gone out and gone back and checked schools so that we can make sure what happened at Castle Hill doesn't happen again?
So, as a consequence of what happened at St Ives High School, which was before Castle Hill, we identified a building age and building type, one specifically that had a very, very small roof cavity, one that had no services in it, had no reason for anybody to go into it, that on St Ives was recorded as not having any asbestos in it. But when we went and did some work at St Ives, we actually found one building, the Purlins had a spray-on fire protection asbestos. The other buildings didn't, but one building did have. It wasn't on any plans, wasn't in any specification. We then took the parameter of that building and weighed it up against a whole series of others. And I think we found 65 schools, some 208 buildings that matched that criteria, and we undertook investigation across all of those buildings and all those schools to understand. So these were built within a certain time period, but with a certain design configuration, and a reason why nobody would ever have gone into the roof cavity, because there's nothing in the roof cavity to look at.
That assessment, sorry, Mr. Manning, when was that assessment undertaken?
This was done just prior to 2020, because the Castle Hill High School was one of the buildings that we identified as part of that process.
Just prior to 2020.
No. So that was 2020. I'll get the exact.
2018. Didn't you discover the St Ives problem in 2018? These Wyndham design buildings, the 65.
I'm not sure we did. No, because we discovered it, identified it, and remediated it pretty quickly. So I don't think it would have been as far back as 2018.
Yeah.
But I'm happy to take that on.
How do you explain this briefing note to the Minister dated May 2020? Following a question on the notice paper by Courtney Housos, which says that there are 208 buildings of this design coming out of the St Ives issues. In 65 New South Wales schools, you've inspected them all.
Yep.
And 28 have returned positive results for friable asbestos, including the roof cavities of blocks A, B, C, D and E at Castle Hill High School. What have you done at these 28 schools? I assume that's schools, not 28 buildings. 28 schools.
We followed exactly.
Where you've got positive results for friable.
We followed exactly
asbestos.
the same procedure as we did at Castle Hill. We've investigated, we've tested, we've confirmed it's asbestos. We have provided notifications to the school to send out to staff and to the community. We engaged an independent hygienist, and we work with Safe Work on every single location to make sure that the treatment of those buildings was correct and appropriate, to make sure those buildings are safe.
And how many of those 28 still have friable asbestos in them?
I'll have to come back to you on notice with that.
And was the
encapsulation was what was recommended across the schools. So they have all been safely encapsulated as part of what was advised by the independent hygienist and signed off by Safe Work.
Can you provide us on notice with a list of the 28 schools and where the asbestos was and where it's been encapsulated?
Yeah. It will all be in the ceiling void above the ceiling. That was specifically the place we looked, because that's specifically where people had no reason to get into at any point to do any maintenance or any of those pieces of work. So we knew that was the configuration that we might find, and some buildings had it applied and some buildings hadn't.
Have the staff and parents been notified at each of the 28?
Each of those schools, we went through exactly the same process we did with Castle Hill. So yes,
They say they haven't been notified.
the
Can you
standing
take
order.
on notice what communication has been passed
Absolutely.
on to staff
Yeah, yeah.
and
No, we-
parents at the 28
Yep.
schools about
And
this
former
development?
staff.
Yep, and yep.
Okay. Abigail Boyd?
Thank you. I just wanted to pick up so we don't lose it. There was a point you raised, Ms. Nixon, where you said that Mr. Manning might want to talk to the levels that were detected. Are you able to talk about what we know about that 2016 sample in particular?
I'm not a hygienist, so no, I'm not able to. All I know is that the type of asbestos that was identified matches chemically to the sort of asbestos that was above the ceiling. That doesn't necessarily mean they are the same. As we've seen in other cases, we can tell it's asbestos and the type of asbestos, but you can't actually match it to its application anywhere else. So we had this when we've done other school buildings. We find asbestos and we can test it, but I don't know that it necessarily came from, you can't chemically test that it comes from within the building or outside the building or where it comes from.
So we heard from, and we've received lots of submissions, but we heard from a number of parents earlier who were talking about their stress at just not knowing what's going on and not knowing if things are safe. Do you take the criticism that the department has perhaps been a bit slow or a bit opaque in some of its dealings with the parent community?
I can understand for a whole range of reasons that the existence of asbestos is stressful for a whole range of people. Absolutely, I can. The reality is we didn't know anything about the 2016 test till it came out in 2022. We'd already, as a consequence of what we found at St Ives High School, which was something that was discovered as part of some routine works that we were doing, we had proactively tested, identified, and then done all we needed to do to satisfy safe work that the buildings were safe. We had also notified staff and parents, and we've held a number of drop-in sessions for staff that were concerned at the time. So I think I can't talk to before 2020, before we knew it was there, but certainly since 2020 we have been very open about the existence of asbestos, the work that we did to make the building safe, and the clearance certificates we received from the hygienist and the work we did with Safe Work. So we have been open and honest about that. We have put that publicly out. The asbestos registry is quite clear that it includes that, and we went to a lot of pains to make sure that people understood the building was safe. And it wasn't just our view; it was the view of the independent hygienist and Safe Work.
Do you see any, I guess, room for improvement in terms of the way that this was this was communicated with parents at the school?
We rely on as an organisation, we rely on the school in terms of to provide advice about what is the best way to communicate with their parents. So we will provide the material, we'll then work with the school. Sometimes it goes out on school bag, sometimes it might be emailed out. So certainly we, as part of the PES findings, we can look at all of those. We can try and understand whether we put it on we're better at putting it on a website as well, and sometimes it does. It goes on our website, although that's not necessarily a natural place for a whole bunch of parents to look. We think it's better within the school, within the everyday communication that goes through it. And certainly we have of late provided opportunity for parents as well as staff to drop in and ask questions where they have concerns. As part of our process, we always provide a phone number and an email address. And so we, if you like, as a complaints hotline across the asset management teams. And so we'll go through those calls and we'll respond to people. I can take on notice the number of calls that we had, but it was a very small number, and we addressed all of them that came through.
Can I ask you, earlier, one of our witnesses, I asked, why would that 2016 result not have been known or notified, or why didn't the principal go through the procedures we would have expected her to go through? What would have been the consequence at that time of acknowledging the asbestos was there, in terms of, would it have led to a closure a school-wide closure? Would it have? What would be the consequences? Why would somebody
So if
try and cover this
com-
up if indeed they were?
compare it to the work that we did at St Ives, which is essentially the same issue, no, it didn't lead to a closure of the school. We brought demountables in so that we could manage a block at a time, and we went through and we remediated what we needed to do as part of that. It was a complicated process, but we can't just shut schools down because it's not simply reasonable for students to find themselves at another school for a period of time. So we would have worked with the school to understand how we could have phased it to make sure that it caused as least disruption as we possibly could. But we would have brought in demountable structures to provide the classrooms while we went through and remediated the blocks that we needed to do. And it wouldn't have cost the school anything. It would have been managed centrally and done centrally by the asset management team in collaboration with school performance teams. And if the school had needed support as part of that process, it would have been provided.
So in terms of disruption then to students, particularly those who are, doing an HSC exam, the department would work to make that as minimal as possible. Is that
This what we do with every interaction we have with assets, whether they're planned or unplanned. Yes.
Thank you.
Can I just ask? Oh, sorry,
Anthony,
you go.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask Ms Nixon. So we've heard early evidence that the former principal, Ms Brewer, was actually very hardworking, and that the school was getting good results. So I suppose she clearly made a significant error of judgment that jeopardised the health and safety of both staff and students. It goes to a cultural question, doesn't it? Why would someone like that, with no personal incentive to, cover up or try and avoid disclosing this information to asset management, why would she do it? Well, isn't there a cultural issue around someone who clearly thought that they had to prioritise school results over the health and safety of staff and students?
Chair, I'm just going to take a point of order on that question.
Point of order, Wes Fang.
Just given the nature of what we've heard today and the cautious approach that some people have taken with their responses, the question contains quite a bit of argument, and I think that in the circumstances, it's potentially something that should be ruled out of order given the prejudicial
No, there's no sub judice. I'm not ruling on sub judice because there is none. There's no court action. There's not even a prosecution that's been announced and launched. These are all public matters. It's a legitimate question. The whole Castle Hill school community is entitled to know why did she do it, and as a further one to Mr Curry and the PES investigation, was she interviewed and how did she answer that question? I think this is vital to our inquiry. Ms Nixon.
So I haven't met this ex-principal and I can't speak to the investigation. What I can speak to as personally as a principal, I take the well-being and safety of every student seriously and every staff member seriously. I don't know a principal that doesn't. I don't have any understanding of why this would not have been an absolute priority, this safety for any principal. I am aware that principals that I interact with across the state do take this very seriously and are very responsive. There are robust processes. They are well supported by asset services officers and health and safety officers who ensure that they are in regular contact with particularly new principals to ensure they understand their asbestos register, to ensure they understand the processes. So there is a strong wraparound team that supports people because we all take this really seriously. I cannot speak to this individual.
Well, you've got no specific information. Mr Curry, was Vicky Brewer interviewed as part of the PES investigation, and what did she say on this important point?
In terms of PES investigations, people subject to allegations get opportunities to respond to the allegations, and then for the submission on penalty, we call it, so after the preliminary decision is made. Ms. Bird did respond in those. Now, in terms of though wanting to assist the Commission, but I'm sort of, there are expectations of me under the Personal Information and Privacy Act with regards to those communications. What I can say is, I think without breaching that there was an understanding that there was a failure. There was an understanding that it had impact on others, and the consequence of, as you have already pointed out, never working for the department again was in line with and accepted as part of that procedure.
Was there any reason given for how it all happened? The thinking behind the actions or inactions?
I will not speak to that particular because I can't. But what I would say is,
so there was no submissions, Mr. Curry, in relation to mitigation. She didn't put forward any submissions in her defence to say I did it for this reason.
I can't go to that. I can't go to that particular point. So I think that would actually compromise my standing under the Privacy Act.
Submissions?
Point of order, Chair. Point of order.
No, let the witness finish, please.
What I would say is actually, what I would actually say is that I think you touched on it yourself, Mr. D'Adam, when you first started speaking in this question, saying human error is at the centre of the situation.
Except that, I mean, it's an error that was compounded and left in place uncorrected for a very long period of time. She knew she'd made a mistake, probably from sometime in 2016.
No, I think
that wasn't actually
she lied for the next 4 years.
Rectified or addressed for 4 years.
I think earlier
there must have been some mitigation to explain her behaviour.
Earlier witnesses
persistently ignoring
the witness is trying to answer.
Earlier witnesses spoke to the fact that the 2016 test may not have been known about or may not have been seen. And I think what is really important within the PES investigation, and I know the chair has spoken about this, that was in the inbox of a junior employee. There was no evidence that it had been cited by anybody else. So you're assuming that it was known. That is not an assumption that can be made.
Well, we haven't made that assumption. We know the factual basis that for 11 Work Health and Safety Committee meetings in a row over more than a year, it was in the minutes that they wanted to get some test results, and nobody at the school, least of all the leadership, made the basic measures, steps of checking the emails, checking the bank account of the school to see if it could be recovered. And it sat there out of neglect.
And that is why there were consequences. As to intent, I would not say those behaviours were intentional.
Mr. D'Adam?
So, Ms. Nixon, coming back to my original question around culture, I mean, if we accept your answer, it's, that this is just a rogue employee made an error of judgment, and there's no cultural question that the department needs to direct its attention to. Is that a fair summation of what your conclusion is? There's no cultural problem.
I would say that there are great procedures and processes in place around this, and they have, if I look from 2020, what is there and what's available, I would say that we will take the look at the recommendations from the Safe Work investigation and from the PES investigation, and if there is things to improve, then we will certainly do that. But as I said, I know that employees across the state are very conscientious about this, and responses to incidents where there's suspected asbestos are immediate. And I think that speaks to the culture, the more general culture, that people take this very seriously.
But it's not just about asbestos, Ms. Nixon. It's about assessing health and safety risks, and principals, adhering to their duty to protect both staff and employees. We know principals routinely are aware of workload issues that present a health and safety risk, and then they might go unaddressed as well for the same reasons that this situation arose, which is a principal feeling that they had to make a choice between the school's reputation and results versus the health and safety of staff and students. Do you not accept that that's a problem that's pervasive in the department?
I don't accept that, and I don't accept you're making some assumptions there about the motivation of this principal that I can't comment on.
Okay. Can I come to a question to Mr Manning, please? Mr Manning, at page 17 of the department's asbestos management plan, it states as follows: all schools are required to notify their local asset management unit of any works to be carried out on their site. This includes work that may disturb asbestos-containing material. How many instances have you uncovered under the leadership of Ms Brewer at Castle Hill High School where works were undertaken at the school without notification of the asset management unit?
The only works that we would be aware of are works that are carried out through our team.
Has this been investigated? There's a suggestion that through foreign student revenue, Ms Brewer had her own account for doing her own works at the school and didn't notify asset management of those works. Is an investigation for you or Mr Curry, an investigation been undertaken about that suggestion and how many such works were carried out without the AMU knowing?
So I haven't seen any evidence of that at all.
Did anyone check the school's invoices for building works and construction, renovation?
No,
No,
we haven't.
no one has. Mr Curry?
That wasn't one of the allegations put in this case, but I can take that on notice.
Going to be taken on notice here. It's an allegation I'm aware of, and it's a very serious one, that
And if
the school did collect substantial foreign student revenue that was put in an account, and it was possible to draw money from that account for renovations without notification to the AMU. So if you can test that, and there should be an audit of the school's accounts to see what was the nature of that work, and of course, an assessment, was asbestos-containing material disturbed?
And Chair, if there is any evidence that people have, we would welcome that too, so we can understand it. You'd imagine trawling through the school's accounts over the last 10 years would be quite a big exercise. So if there is evidence, I haven't seen it, I'm happy to have a look at it and understand where it is.
Well, someone must know the accounts to do with construction and renovation of the school, and they need to be examined as part of this general calamity, Mr Manning. These are not normal circumstances. And, if I was a parent at this school, I'd be absolutely horrified that any of this was allowed to get off first base. So I think the more thorough the investigation of all the possibilities, the better, for peace of mind at least in the school community and for those who've worked there and studied there. Can I just come to the question of the asbestos register for Mr Manning or Mr Curry? Was an assessment made of the accuracy of the register maintained under the leadership of Ms Brewer?
The accuracy in what? So it's...
Well, I come to the document headed 2019 Asbestos Register, Castle Hill High School. Initial survey, Noel Arnold and Associates, 12th of March 2008. So we're going back 14 years. Reviewed by Greencap, essentially Noel Arnold under a different name, 15th of August 2014. So we're going back 8 years. And, the list just goes on and on. The Music Technology Brick Block. The Technological and Applied Studies 1964 Brick Block. The Admin General Learning 1964 Brick Block. The General Storeroom. The Multi-Purpose Facilities 1980 Brick Block. The General Learning Science 1964 Brick Block. The Library Science Learning 1980 Brick Block. It goes on and on and on, with 76 entries of identified asbestos as far back as 2008, 5 of them in the ceilings. So if this existed in 2008 and it's listed as some form of register, isn't this the enormous alarm bell that would have been ringing about the asbestos problem at this school? So was this Noel Arnold assessment part of a register, or the suggestion that somehow at this school, in the wacky world in which they manage this, if management's the right term, there were kind of 2 registers, one held by the department and one held by the school?
No, so there's one register. I don't know what version you're looking at.
Well, I've just read it out to you.
No, because quite often they have an original date and they're updated annually. And this one was last updated in June of this year. So they may well identify that there are roof cavities with asbestos because that is the latest updates to an original document.
Well,
It doesn't mean that originally we knew it was there. It just means it's a living, breathing document. It starts at a point in time in 2008 and is updated annually. So I don't know whether I can only presume you're looking at an update that was done.
I'm looking at the notes that I've had to take on it. But
so
can I ask you? Maybe you need to take it on notice. Was the initial survey of Noel Arnold and Associates dated the 12th of March 2008 reviewed by Greencap on the 15th of August 2014 and reported with 76 entries of asbestos, 5 of them in the roof? Did it at any stage form part of the Castle Hill High School asbestos register? And if it did,
so
why weren't the alarm bells ringing at that stage that this school was riddled with asbestos?
So if you can provide me with a copy of the document you've got. The document that I'm looking at was last review. It says last reviewed by Greencap 15th of August 2014, last revised 27th of August 2020.
Okay, well, this is an earlier iteration of it. It's held in the upper house privileged documents from Safe Work. You're not aware of this document at all? Mr.
Not specifically.
Curry, are you aware of this?
Aware of the latest version. I don't know what version
okay,
you've
well,
got.
Safe Work New South Wales got hold of it. It's going to be deprivileged later this week, and I can make a copy available to you. And it looks, you know, to me it looks like here was the problem identified 14 years ago, and no one did anything.
No, so that sounds to me like that's the updated version, which includes what we found at Castle Hill High School after we found it. We updated as a consequence of that. Just to go back on
it'll be deprivileged, and I'll make a copy available.
Just to go back onto a point that I've tried to make earlier in the hearing. The asbestos registers are technical documents. They are known and suspected asbestos. They are living documents that we keep as we know more about structures and how we do interventions to them. They are ones that any trade doing any work at that school would need to look at to understand whether they are about to interact either with known asbestos or there's a gap in the register. And at that point, we would do further testing as part of that process. So they're not, I just wanted to be really clear, they're not the encyclopedia of all of the asbestos that exists on that site. It's just what we know and what we suspect. And as it evolves, the asbestos register are updated where we might remove asbestos or where we might make other discoveries. And as you said, a lot of what was in that asbestos register was bonded asbestos in floor tiles, which we have worked through from time to time to remove as part of that process. But I think the version that you've got sounds to me like it's the one that was done following the find in 2020.
No, I don't think it is. Well, it's dated 2019. The document itself is dated 2019, relying on an original assessment in 08 and a review in 2014. Okay. So it's certainly not post-2020.
Be good to see the document.
We'll have a look at it. And I went through it and I thought, well, here was the problem 14 years ago, and it's been allowed to sit there. It's a bit like the 2016 positive test. It was allowed to sit there without anyone giving it any serious attention and action.
And Chair, in terms of your question to me regarding whether it actually was part of the investigation, I'll take that on notice because I just want to point out the investigation reports were over 1,500 pages. So in terms of cross-referencing that version of it, that would be very helpful.
Okay, well, we'll get hold of that, and Safe Work certainly had hold of it. And finally, my last question for you, Mr. Curry. Given that Joanne Marshall did absolutely nothing, not a minute of work or curiosity or research to check the allegations about asbestos at Castle Hill, and she just solely relied on the word of Vicky Brewer to say that the school's asbestos register has no record of asbestos in the ceiling. I've just read out a register that certainly showed otherwise, and there was no knowledge of asbestos and no report of asbestos, which is completely untrue when you look at the central system and the multiple very serious allegations, as well as those that were furnished elsewhere to the Department of Education. Why wasn't Joanne Marshall examined for serious misconduct and neglect?
I'm not in a position to talk to that in this commission. I don't confirm or deny that there is an investigation or that people are assessing whether that is the case. What I would say, though, is that PES can only investigate allegations that may amount to misconduct. that is independently looked at by our preliminary investigation team as to whether that will actually amount to misconduct, then sent for investigation. So in terms of the situation that you're putting forward to me there, it would be a matter for the allegation to be put to us and then for that to be assessed.
So you only had to look up the central reports.
It's very compromising for me to make any comment in that situation, because if that was to be an investigation, I may be a decision maker in it.
Okay.
So in terms of what you've put forward, that would be something that PES would look at and assess.
Thank you. Any other questions? Courtney, who's off?
Can I just ask Ms Nixon, do you have any visibility, or does anyone other than the Dell have visibility onto the internal complaints system, onto the internal system for logging complaints?
I would have to take that on notice. It's not something that I regularly look at, but I work with my EDs around that. Could I understand what you're wanting to understand there?
Well, we've heard that there were consistent internal complaints logged on internal systems for years in various different ways. And if there is no visibility outside of the school, then how can those be escalated?
So
What's the transparency around those internal complaints?
I understand the question now. I apologise. No, I would have no visibility of complaints within the school, but the department has a clear complaints escalation process. So if a member of staff was concerned or unhappy with how a complaint was or wasn't resolved within a school, there is a process for them escalating that outside the school.
Does it go to the Dell?
It could go to the Dell. If they're unhappy with that, they can then go to the ED.
Okay.
Can I just add there that any employee can call PES directly as well if there's an allegation of misconduct that they want to make.
Okay,
Oh, yeah, can I just jump in there? Will there be an apology to Mr Stubbs for putting him on a communication protocol because he contacted you too much about something that was valid?
I don't believe that is the case. What I believe, I've spoken to the director, and what I believe was the case was that there was information between the parties talking about the inability to discuss some parts of information and to share information while an investigation was taking place. I will look into it though and consider what you've suggested.
Apologise to him and Mr Connell about the delays and certainly the communication protocol, because they were badly treated for two people who've been vindicated today. Sorry,
I just have two final questions. Mr Curry, we heard earlier today that the WHS minutes have been deleted by PES as part of the investigation. Is that correct?
No.
No.
We're not in the business of deleting evidence that we would rely on. I cannot shed any light on what has been alleged without us actually looking at it, but I know that in the evidence, part of the evidence were WHS committee minutes. So in terms of the specifics of what was alleged, I'd have to be told exactly the dates, etc. But
can I suggest
very
that on
confidently
notice,
say that we haven't. PES has not.
Mr Curry, can I suggest to you on notice you reflect on the evidence that was provided by Mr Connell this morning, and if you can provide us on notice with a response to that evidence?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Ms Nixon, you said that there's air monitoring that's going on at the moment. Who's that being reported to?
Air monitoring?
That's going on at Castle Hill High School at the moment?
I haven't spoken about air monitoring. I'll refer that to Mr.
As a hygienist.
So there is, we have air monitoring at the school, and that reports into us and the asset management unit.
Okay, does that report back to the school? Does it go back to parents? Does it go back to the P&C? Does it go back to the teachers? Where does it go? Or does it just go to the asset management?
So it comes into us. I'll need to take on notice conversations we might have had with the principal, but I would presume that we would share that information with the principal. And today we've not received anything on the air monitoring that would cause us any concern. So the air monitoring would either be a zero record or under the permissible limits. Anything that was north of that, we would be in contact with the hygienist and safe work as part of our normal process.
Okay, can you take on notice and tell me if you are reporting, even if it is a zero reading, back to parents, back to teachers, back to the school community?
I'll talk as to whether we're reporting it back to the school.
Okay, thanks.
Thank
Can
you.
I ask
Mr.
one
Diadam?
final question?
Mhm.
I wanted to ask Ms Nixon, there's clearly evidence that the Work Health and Safety Committee issues had been raised and ignored. It suggests that perhaps the Work Health and Safety Committee, certainly at Castle Hill, wasn't functioning in a way that it should. It wasn't actually operating to do its job properly. There was some suggestion that perhaps the management were exercising too much control over the Work Health and Safety Committee. Are there any lessons there that are going to be taken on by the department in terms of improving the functioning of Work Health and Safety Committees? And I might also just ask, there was evidence earlier about parent support for a parent representative on Work Health and Safety Committees. I might invite you to make some comment about that.
So certainly out of the PES investigation and the WorkSafe investigation, if there's recommendations around committees, we will look at that. The principal is the accountable officer for that Work Health Safe committee. So we'll wait to hear what their recommendations are, and if that needs to be improved, then we certainly will. In terms of parent representative on a Workplace Health and Safety Committee, there is no concern with that, and potentially that's something we could look at exploring further.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're up against time, exactly. So I thank the 4 departmental officials for their time and contributions today, and a number of questions have been taken on notice. They will come back within the 21-day period, and we can adjourn the hearing now for an hour to 2:15, when we'll hear from Mr. Ray Williams, the member for Castle Hill. Thank you. we're able to resume the hearing into the Castle Hill High School asbestos problems, and someone who's raised these issues publicly and taken a role in the local community is Ray Williams, the member for Castle Hill. So thanks, Ray, for coming in and giving us your time this afternoon. And we've all been stunned by some of the evidence earlier in the day, so we're very keen to hear from you as well. And you'll need to swear yourself in as a as a member of Parliament. You've already taken an oath, of course, even though it's in the People's Chamber, not the Chamber of Lords and Landowners like our upper house. So we'll take your oath from the LA and ask you if you've got an opening statement to make, please.
Mr. Chairman, all I would say very, very briefly is thank you for the invitation to be here to make a small contribution on behalf of the work that you are and your committee is doing. And can I just say that I very much hope that throughout the course of the work of this committee that we ensure that the future health, safety and well-being of all school students across New South Wales is not placed in jeopardy, as I think it has been at one of my schools, that being Castle Hill High School in my electorate.
Well, if I can start the questioning, Ray, by saying, how well did you know Vicky Brewer as the long-standing principal of Castle Hill, and when did you first become aware of this stunning recklessness and negligence with regard to the asbestos problem?
Mr. Chair, I believe I've known the former principal, Vicky Brewer, for over a decade. We've had a good relationship. In my opinion, she has been an outstanding principal at that school, broadly respected by the school community and the students within that particular community, members of parliament, etc. And the academic achievements of that particular school, I think, speak volumes, on behalf of her ability as a principal. And going to the second part of your question, when did I first become aware of the problems of asbestos contamination in Castle Hill High School? Would have been during a meeting in May this year in my office, where I met at the request of parents and teachers from Castle Hill High School, who divulged to me a range of evidence. One piece of that evidence was the 2016 asbestos assessment report, which was undertaken, which I'm advised was subsequently advised at that time to the school community that that test for asbestos was negative, which in fact, and I have a copy of that particular report, which I'm sure you do, that report was subsequently positive. And when I was being advised of that, that was then 6 years later. And I think the only thing on my mind, Mr. Chairman, was being the representative of that school, the representative of that area of my electorate. I can only think of the cohort of students that had subsequently gone through that school from year 7 to year 12 and completed their secondary education, and may well have been contaminated or at least come in contact with asbestos in that school, which I just think is absolutely horrendous.
Well, how do we explain it then? Because it's one of the puzzles that we put to the Education Department officials. Ms. Brewer herself was invited to be here, but she says she's in Queensland for 6 weeks. We would afford her the procedural fairness of hearing her side of the story anytime she wanted to present it to the committee. But the evidence we heard this morning really is of stunning recklessness and neglect and deceit, telling a staff member that no complaints were lodged on the central portal when scores of them had been lodged, that she told the Director of Education Leadership that the ceiling asbestos was never on the register. It clearly was, and most damning, she went for 11 consecutive Work Health and Safety Committee meetings at the school where they were trying to get hold of a report findings on the 2016 sample of asbestos dust that was falling from the ceiling like snow at the Hizzy staff room, and it was so easy to do an email check of various staff at the school, to do a bank account check of how it had been paid for, by whom, and she never did any of that. So how was a hard-working, successful principal on the academic side so negligent of the work health and safety of her staff and the student population?
Mr. Chairman, I can't answer you any of those questions that you've raised. I've not been provided with any evidence in relation to where ultimately the blame lies for what, to use your words, this cover-up has involved. But can I just simply say this, that since my involvement, since the issues that have been raised with me, I think it is fair to say that the Education Department must have procedures in place, must have had procedures in place to have done something to ensure the health, safety and well-being of students and staff. And you know, we're talking about over 2,000 students in that school right here and now. We're talking about hundreds of staff members over a very, very long period of time. And since I've been involved and since I've raised these particular matters, I'm not seeing any evidence from the Department of Education, Mr. Chairman, that things are improving. Matter of fact, what I'm seeing is, if I could use a colloquial term, that this issue continues to be kicked down the road by the Department of Education, by Asset Management, by PES. And as I said in Parliament, I think it's about time somebody needs to call this out and stand up, and I'm more than happy to be that person, because at the end of the day, I'm responsible for the people as their representative, but more than that, the Department of Education are totally responsible for ensuring a safe learning environment and a safe working environment for every person that walks in that school gate to this day. And when I raised this particular matter, all I simply said was, I'm no expert in this field, although I think we all know the dangers of asbestos and what that can cause. I simply want to have an independent investigation undertaken to establish whether or not that school is safe for habitation today. And when I raised the matters with the Minister, I was advised they were going to undertake, the government that is, were going to undertake an independent assessment. I'm yet to see that, and I want an independent asbestos assessment, Mr. Chairman, that is arm's length from government and arm's length from the Department of Education. When I raised this matter publicly, the very, very next day, the current principal issued a letter to all parents of students at that school stating that the department believed there was no problems with asbestos in that school, and only 14 days after then issued another further statement that there is further asbestos contamination in that school. And to this day, I believe, Mr. Chairman, that there still is evidence of asbestos contamination within that school. And I think there have been investigations that have been underway now for over 2.5 years. I mean, when is this department going to stop kicking this issue down the road, undertake to establish first and foremost whether or not there is the presence of asbestos in that school and whether there is a danger to any person who walks in that school gate each and every day. That's simply all I want. And if they establish that that is the case and that it is not a dangerous environment, well, I'll certainly be satisfied, because neither you or I, Mr. Chairman, can change the past.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that, because you know, they need a local member who takes seriously the obligations of providing a safe and healthy environment for the staff and students of that school, especially everything they've been through. So you're not confident that it is safe at the moment, and you want the independent assessment and inquiry. When did you ask the Minister for that?
The day after I had the meeting with the parents and teachers, I had a very, very blunt conversation with the Minister.
So this is back in May?
That was back in, I believe that's correct. I do have the timeline, but I believe I met with the teachers and parents on the 26th of May. I did. Yep. I had a conversation the very next day with the Minister over the phone. The Minister commenced by explaining that she was advised by the department that there were no problems with asbestos at Castle Hill High School. I was fairly blunt in my assessment and saying that I wanted her confirmation by the close of business the following Monday. There was a weekend in between, stating that that school was asbestos free, that there was no contamination within that school, and that an independent assessment would be undertaken immediately to establish that, and that if that didn't happen, then I was more than happy to front the media and call that out immediately, because I think enough time's been wasted and enough lives have been placed at risk. I think we needed some urgent action.
Right, has the Minister got back to you in the 4-month period since you asked for the independent inquiry? What's the
Minister
status of it
advised
now?
me about a fortnight after that that she assured me that there was going to be an independent assessment undertaken in relation to the school, and that she would advise my office forthwith when that was going to happen.
And what have you heard since?
Nothing.
Nothing. So that's 3.5 months of inaction after you were told around the beginning of June that there'd be an independent inquiry. Could I also ask, Ray, and you'd represent a large number of these people living in the Hills District, do you believe that more needs to be done to notify former staff members of Castle Hill High and also former students of the dangers that have been evident in the past 5 to 6 years, even longer? Because the Education Department before lunch was indicating they haven't done anything to go out of their way to contact former staff to let them know the status of the issue.
Mr. Chairman, I'm certainly no expert in what the process that should be undertaken. I state once again for the record that at this point in time, I just want to firmly establish that there is a safe learning environment at that school right now. I can't change the past, and nobody can.
Shouldn't we notify the former staff members?
I think that would be a part of the process. I think that any person that subsequently believes that their lives may be placed at risk, I think that would be a common courtesy to notify all those people and the students. I don't know how far you go back, Mr. Chairman, because obviously it's a building with some age, and there are other buildings of age which do have asbestos-related materials within those schools. So I don't know. It's almost how long's a piece of string, but I think as a common courtesy that would be good. But I think it is just absolutely unforgivable when we have firmly established that there is asbestos in that school in 2016, identified to the school community that that report was negative when in fact it was positive. When you start to raise these things, as both yourself as the chair of this committee have done, as I have done as a local member of parliament, we're not getting the responses that I believe are acceptable from the Department of Education. I'll say once again, they continue to kick this issue down the path, and Mr. Manning, I believe, who continues to come out stating that it is a safe learning environment in that school. Well, I've invited Mr. Manning to take himself and his family out there and spend some months and weeks and years out there, as my community do, in Castle Hill High School, and see how he'd feel about that and whether he'd be comfortable, because I don't think anybody would be too comfortable at the moment. And I don't want to be a fearmonger, Mr. Chairman. I want to establish whether that learning space is safe today, safe on behalf of everybody who walks in the school gates, and I don't think that's too much to ask.
Yeah, we're not trying to create fear. We're trying to create an acknowledgement this is a no-risk substance, asbestos, and there are procedures that haven't been followed, and anyone who's been put at risk at least needs to know about it, and the government needs to take responsibility for what's happened. Most particularly the Department of Education needs to change many of its procedures and policies, and we didn't hear a lot about that earlier in the day. Other committee members with questions, please? Mr. Diadam?
Sorry, sure. I wanted to ask about risk assessments. So I asked the department about this. Has there been a risk assessment provided to you? So are you aware of any risk assessments that have been undertaken by the department in relation to Castle Hill High School, and that documentation hasn't been provided to you if it has been undertaken?
Mr. Adam, to answer your question, I've been provided with quite an extensive amount of documentation, as I said before, the first one being the positive asbestos test that was undertaken in 2016. I believe I've also been provided with an environmental clean inspection report that has been done at the school, and I believe these are documents that, Mr. Chairman, you may already have yourself. If not, I'm more than happy to table these. But we looked, or my staff members looked at the asbestos registrar, which is on the website of the Department of Education. And when we first looked at that, which is publicly available, it listed down some 95 areas where asbestos had been identified in Castle Hill High School. I think it also identified that every demountable had some form of asbestos in the demountables. And of those 95 areas, 5 were then listed as high priority, 8 were listed as medium priority. Now, when I subsequently raised those matters in the media, those particular figures and that asbestos report was removed from their website. And a little later, it was updated, and to the point where it was updated with another, I believe, 30-odd areas of asbestos contamination. So there's some 125-odd areas, 4 now with high priority, 8 with medium priority. So the issue is not getting any less by the Education Department's own website. Their statistics are stating that they are actually discovering more asbestos in that school. Now, I don't know whether or not that's placing children or staff at risk. I don't know, because I'm not an expert in that area. But it's certainly cause for alarm when you see those statistics growing and not removing. And I just wonder why initially those particular figures were removed by the website by the Department of Education. I mean, they come out and they make a comment after I went to the media stating there's nothing to worry about in Castle Hill High School, there's no asbestos contamination. They were, I'm paraphrasing the words of Mr. Manning from the Department of Education. 2 weeks after that, they come out and issue another report that there's further asbestos that's been identified at the school. This is now only just 2 months ago, and I understand that there are levels of asbestos in that school today. I just want to establish whether they are dangerous levels or they're placing the health, safety and well-being in jeopardy of everybody who walks in the door. So I have a lot of documentation, but I don't think I have the documentation of the risk assessment that you're asking.
You're a government MP. It's probably pretty embarrassing for the government to have you appearing here today. Has anyone discouraged you from going to the media, from the Minister's office or other members of the government?
Mr. Adam, I think people within my party gave up giving me advice some time ago. As Mr. Chairman identified at the beginning, as the Chairman identified at the beginning of me providing evidence here, I swore an oath in Parliament back in 2007 and subsequently in 2011, 2015 and 2019, as you, I think, have probably done and other members of Parliament have done, to do the right thing on behalf of the people of New South Wales. And if, as a representative of these people, if I'm not going to speak up on behalf of their best interests to protect what I believe can be some of the most vulnerable members of our society, young students going to a school that's contaminated with asbestos, then I don't think any of us should be here.
Yep, well said. Any other questions?
Well, that's all well and good, but my question is whether anyone in the government approached you, whether anyone from the Minister's office or the Minister herself approached you to discourage you from appearing or from going to the media in relation to this issue?
No.
No one.
We're not the Labor Party, Anthony. We don't operate that way.
Any other questions?
Just
the terms of reference.
On the terms of reference. Mr. Williams, you outlined that updated asbestos register. So that would show that some activity had been undertaken. You know, items don't just get updated onto that asbestos register by people looking at it. So that must mean there must have been some constructive work that's been undertaken at the school subsequent to you outlining those issues to the Minister.
Yeah, yes, agreed, Mr. Farlow. I believe that is the case. I also believe and understand that there's a certain amount of remediation work that's happened at the school, and all of those things are positive in relation to what's happened. I just want to establish now, and given the comments and the information that was provided to me by parents and teachers who sat and visited me, they had concerns with the current air monitoring. They raised issues over the years that involved their complaints where asbestos was falling from the roof, or not only onto their desks, onto windowsills and carpet, but onto staff in that particular school. I mean, these are just horrifying amounts of evidence that people have provided me with. Now, I'm not suggesting for one moment that that's happening today. One would hope that that's certainly not happening today. But the fact is that there is evidence of asbestos within that school right now, and I just want to know what the levels of that asbestos is and whether it's placing the health of anybody in jeopardy where we sit. I don't think that's too much to ask. An independent assessment test done on behalf of that school. And Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to place on the record today that you can find plenty of these companies that will undertake that test. And if the Department of Education, are struggling in their budget that much, I'm happy to put my hand up today. I'm happy to fund that. I'll fund that on behalf of that school if it gets that done, because I think that would put everybody's mind at rest, certainly let me sleep a little bit easier at night if we had an independent asbestos test done yesterday.
Yep, it's not like asbestos is a new issue. There's plenty of companies out there that do these assessments on a regular basis. Other questions? If not,
what does it say to the community that the government aren't heeding your requests, Mr. Williams? What does it say to the community that despite you being a government MP, they're just ignoring your requests for action on this issue?
Well, Mr. Diadam, the Department of Education are responsible for their asset. They have compliance procedures that are in place. As I've pointed out, they also have an investigation that has now taken 2.5 years, and we're none the wiser as to what that investigation is going to uncover. I believe Safe Work New South Wales are also running a concurrent investigation. So there are many, many procedures that are in place. And I just state for the record, if the Education Department, if they're not responsible for this, if this is not a primary asset of theirs, then who is responsible for it? And I think government and ministers and members of parliament, we're only as good as the information that we receive. And it's very, very sad, and it's a sad indictment that it has taken so long for this information to be made public and for something to be done about it. And I certainly don't think that the process is finished. Matter of fact, I think it needs to start.
And Chair, I'm just going to make the point that question asked by Mr. Diadam clearly ignored the evidence that was provided by the department this morning, or this afternoon, I should say, that there is continual and ongoing assessment and monitoring at Castle Hill High School.
I'm going to take a point of order. You can't just, make a comment.
Well,
that's not
you've asked a question.
You've asked a question of the witness.
Okay. Well, it's a question in two parts. It's a question in two parts. Mr. Diadam made an assertion that there wasn't monitoring occurring at Castle Hill yet. We heard evidence today from the department that is in fact occurring. Now, in the circumstance where Mr. Diadam has put a false perspective forward, how damaging is that to the community that there's a continual misinformation here around what it is that's occurring? And have you been engaged with on the issues around what is currently being undergone at Castle Hill in relation to the monitoring situation?
That's well. the
Is that a
information.
question, Wes?
I mean, it goes
There was a
back-
question there. It was deep in there, but it was there.
It goes back to, I suppose, everything that's already been placed on the record. The information that I've received has largely come from the parents and teachers. However, our own work that my office has done since this issue was raised in finding the public documents of an asbestos registrar, which firmly point out that there are now over 100 identified areas of asbestos in that school. 4 areas now high priority, 8 areas of a medium priority. The fact that when I raised this publicly, the department, under the signature of the current principal, were happy to rush out a letter the next day to the school advising them that there was no asbestos contamination, that they believed the school was safe, and yet 14 days later discovered that there was more asbestos within that school, and that continues to be identified to this day. So Mr. Fang, I just say to you, I believe that my community are very concerned. They absolutely adore the fact that their children attend this school because of the quality of education that has been provided here for decades and decades. And as a public school, I must say I'm incredibly proud that it sets standards of education that are unparalleled in some cases, whether they are private or public schools. But in saying all of that, those parents and those students deserve to know that their children are safe, that those staff are safe every time they walk through the gate. And I think the confusing and covered up issues in relation to the Department of Education are reprehensible, and it needs to change.
Okay, well, we're right up against time, and I think the questioning's drifted into the politics of it rather than the terms of reference and the safety of the school community. But thanks, Ray Williams, for your contribution today, which was, as we like it, to the point and constructive. And we look forward to you pressing for that independent inquiry to get it done for the satisfaction of the health and safety and peace of mind of the staff and students of the school. Thanks again.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Committee.
And we now have